Hello and welcome back. Whether this is your first night with us or you've been here before, I'm really glad you're here. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're exploring something that's fascinated people for centuries: ghosts and haunted places. The kinds of stories where the line between what was and what is starts to blur, where spaces themselves seem to hold on to their own histories. I've gathered 5 stories for you tonight, each one exploring that unsettling feeling of not being alone in a place you thought you knew. We'll start with the bedroom door that opens to the previous resident's morning, a story about a door that refuses to stay closed to the past. Then there's I keep finding dinner prepared for someone else at my table, the unease of hospitality meant for a guest who never arrives. After that, we have the hallway gets longer every time I walk it at night, a home that seems to shift when you're not paying attention. Next is my footsteps echo before I take the next step, the strange terror of being answered by yourself. And finally, the room where all the clocks show different times in sequence, a space where time itself seems fractured. If you haven't already, please consider liking and subscribing. It means the world, and it helps others find their way here too. Now, get yourself comfortable. Settle in somewhere safe and warm, somewhere you can let these stories work their way through you without interruption. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The bedroom door that opens to the previous resident's morning. I came back to the house on a Tuesday in late September, when the light had already started taking on that thin, angled quality that makes everything seem like it's being remembered rather than lived. The key stuck in the lock the way it always had. My father had never fixed that, and I had to shoulder the door while turning it, which produced the same sound I remembered from childhood, wood warping slightly, brass teeth catching just before release. It was strange how intact that particular frustration was. 23 years away, and my body remembered exactly how much pressure to apply. The foyer smelled like dust and old carpet, with an undertone of something organic that had been sitting in closed darkness for too long. My mother had passed 6 months earlier. My father, longer than that. The house had been their house, and then it was nobody's house. And now it was supposed to be mine. I set my bags down carefully on the living room floor, not wanting to drag anything across carpet that hadn't been vacuumed since spring. The furniture was still arranged exactly as they'd left it, the sectional angled toward the television, the side table with its circle of water rings, the bookshelf that had never been alphabetized despite my mother's intentions. Everything was slightly grayer than I remembered it, as if the years had filmed over the colors. Or perhaps I was simply seeing it more clearly now, without the distortion of childhood, without the way memory softens edges. I spent that first afternoon opening windows. The house needed air. The hallways felt pressurized, held in a particular kind of suspension. I moved through the first floor methodically, drawing curtains back, unlocking frames that had been painted shut, letting the September afternoon pour in and disturb the accumulated silence. The kitchen looked almost museum-like. All those small appliances my mother had collected, the ceramic chickens on the counter, the calendar from 2019 still pinned to the wall with a faded grocery list written on March 14th. By the time evening started to gather, I had worked my way upstairs. The master bedroom was on the right, the door facing the hallway. It had always been my parents' room, and I had rarely entered it without being invited. Even now, standing in the doorway, I felt a trespass. The bed was still made with the quilted coverlet my mother had preferred, pale blue with a pattern of small white flowers. The curtains were drawn. I opened them, and the room changed immediately, became less like a museum piece and more like an ordinary space simply waiting. The furniture was moderate, tasteful in that way that 1970s suburban homes had been furnished, all walnut wood and clean lines, nothing excessive. Twin nightstands, a low dresser, a vanity where my mother had kept her jewelry. The carpet was a soft beige that showed footprints when you walked across it. I was testing the radiator. It was cold, of course. I'd need to check the thermostat when I noticed the smell. It wasn't strong. It was actually quite subtle, almost imperceptible unless you were standing still in the corner of the room, which is where I happened to be. A smell of perfume, something floral and expensive, the kind of scent that clings to clothes and lingers in enclosed spaces. It had a particular quality to it, something dated, though I couldn't immediately place why I thought of it as dated. It simply felt like it belonged to a different time. I turned in a slow circle. The room was empty except for the furniture. The windows were closed, had been closed. I moved to the dresser and opened the drawers, nothing but the paper lining, yellowed at the corners. The vanity had been cleared out years ago. The closet, when I opened it, held only hangers and the faint smell of cedarwood, which was not what I had smelled. By the time I came back downstairs, I had almost convinced myself it was residue from my mother's things, some perfume that had worked its way into the fabric of the mattress or the curtains and was only now being released into the air. Scents do that sometimes in old houses. They wait. They accumulate. They emerge when the environment shifts, when the air temperature changes, when someone who has been absent for a long time comes home. I made dinner from what I'd brought with me, bread, cheese, some fruit that was beginning to soften. I sat at the kitchen table and watched the light drain from the sky outside, and I tried not to think about the fact that I had no plan beyond this moment, that I had taken a leave of absence from a job I had never particularly wanted, and that the only thing I owned in the world was currently distributed between several moving boxes and a family house that had been waiting apparently for me to return to it. The house settled around me as darkness came down. The small sounds of it became audible, pipes cooling, wood contracting, the distant hum of something electrical that I couldn't locate. It was a living sound, not quite alive, but insistent. It was the sound of a place that had been occupied by the same people for 40 years, and those people were gone. I cleaned up my meal and went upstairs to what had been my childhood bedroom, a smaller space on the left side of the hallway that still contained the twin bed with its white iron frame and the desk where I had done homework in 1997. I hadn't unpacked anything properly yet. I just brought a duffel bag with clothes and toiletries, so I undressed and climbed into the bed, which I had stripped and remade that afternoon with sheets I'd brought from the apartment I'd left behind. I lay there in the dark and listened to the house, the way you listen when you're a child and afraid, when every shadow has dimension and every sound has a source. But I wasn't afraid, I told myself. I was simply reacquainted with the ordinary sensations of an old building at night. I was tired. I was home. Still, I found myself listening, in that particular way, all the way until sleep finally came. The perfume came again the next morning, stronger this time, pulling me toward consciousness before my eyes were even open. I lay still for a moment, trying to identify it, trying to place the moment in my life when I had encountered it. Lavender, perhaps, something with jasmine, something that belonged to my mother's generation, something a woman in her 60s might have chosen to smell like in 1985. I got out of bed and moved through the hallway to the master bedroom. It was dawn, that particular quality of light that exists for only about 20 minutes before the sun properly rises. The kind of light that makes you wonder if you're seeing things clearly or if you're seeing them through a filter of unreality. The smell was definitely coming from the master bedroom. I pushed the door open. For a moment, just a moment, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. The door didn't open onto the hallway. Or rather, it opened onto a hallway, but not the hallway I expected. The walls were papered in a small floral pattern, blue and white, and the light that was filtering in from somewhere to the left seemed to be coming through a different window than the one on the actual hallway. The carpet was not the beige hallway carpet. It was a deeper rose color, and the baseboards were painted a cream rather than the white I had painted them. I stepped forward. I was still half asleep, I reasoned. I was disoriented, but my hand was steady when I reached out and touched the wall. And the wallpaper was real, slightly textured, cool under my fingertips. Below, from what seemed to be downstairs, I could hear the distinct sound of footsteps. Not loud, not urgent, but deliberate. Someone moving through a kitchen. The small clink of ceramic. A cup, perhaps, or a bowl. The metallic sound of a spoon. My heart was moving quickly, but it was the kind of quickness that comes from surprise rather than fear. I was aware, even in that moment, that I was confused, that something was not right, that I needed to close the door and collect myself and try again. But I stood in the doorway, looking at the hallway that was not my hallway, and I listened to the sounds of someone living a life that did not, by any reasonable account, exist. I pulled my hand back from the wallpaper. My fingers felt cold, though the hallway, whichever hallway this was, felt warm, almost artificially warm, the way a house feels when someone has kept it heated through a winter. The footsteps had stopped. I stood in the doorway, aware of a strange layering of my perception. I could feel the cool wood of the door frame under my other hand still connected to my bedroom. I could see my bedroom behind me in the pre-dawn gray. But through this threshold, there was another world entirely, complete with its own light source, its own architecture, its own history soaked into the walls. I stepped back. The door closed with a soft click. For several minutes I simply stood in my hallway, the real hallway, the one I recognized, and tried to order my thoughts. The jasmine smell was still there, but fainter now, as if whatever had carried it into this space was fading along with the strange hallway beyond the door. I went back to bed. I didn't sleep. When the light was fully, unmistakably day, I got up and opened the master bedroom door again. It opened onto the master bedroom. Pale sunlight was coming through the windows. The walls were bare. I had never gotten around to painting them. The carpet was still the dingy beige from before I'd moved in. Everything was exactly as it should be. I spent most of the morning in the kitchen, making coffee I didn't really want, scrolling through my phone at random, doing anything to avoid thinking too hard about what I had experienced. Sleep deprivation, I told myself. I had been traveling for weeks before the move. My circadian rhythm was still adjusting. The mind does strange things in the half-light of dawn, in that space between sleep and waking where the rules of the world become negotiable. But there was a part of me that knew better. That part had felt the wallpaper, had heard the distinct clink of ceramic with absolute clarity. By afternoon I had convinced myself to test it again. This time during the day, when I was fully awake, when the light was unambiguous. I climbed the stairs to the master bedroom and opened the door with a kind of bracing resolve, as if I were about to step into cold water. The master bedroom. Bare walls, dingy carpet, everything normal. I closed the door and opened it again. Same, I did this 6 times. The 7th time, I found myself standing outside the master bedroom for nearly 5 minutes before I could make myself turn the knob. When it opened, there was the blue and white wallpaper again. But something had changed. The light was different. It was the quality of light that exists in late afternoon coming through a window I couldn't see directly, angled in a way that made the hallway look strangely shadowed, and the hallway itself seemed longer than it had before. The far end disappeared into a kind of dimness that I didn't remember noticing in that dawn visit. The smell of jasmine was stronger now, almost suffocating. I listened. No footsteps, no sounds of cooking or movement, just the hum of the house settling, a sound I recognized from my own hallway, but somehow different here. Deeper, as if it was coming from within the walls themselves. I closed the door and didn't open it again for 3 days. This was the part where I should have done something rational. Called a contractor to inspect the house. Called the previous owner. Called anyone who might have an explanation. But there was something about the experience that resisted that kind of solution. If I brought someone else into it, it would stop being something that had happened to me and would start being a problem to be solved, a defect to be repaired. And part of me, a part I didn't want to examine too closely, didn't want it to be solved. On the 4th day, I noticed something else. I was sitting at the kitchen table eating lunch when I realized the house felt different. Not violently different, not in any way I could point to immediately. But as I moved through the rooms, opening cupboards, moving between the living room and the bedroom, I became aware of a subtle alteration in the acoustic properties of the space. The way sound traveled had changed. When I spoke out loud testing this theory, my voice seemed to carry further and bounce back to me in a way it hadn't before. And then I found a photograph. It was in the drawer of the bedside table, the one I'd been using as storage. I hadn't put it there. I was certain of that. It was a color photograph, the edges slightly faded. The color palette, that specific shade of peachy gold that photographs from the 1980s always seemed to have. In it, a woman stood in front of the house, my house, smiling at the camera. She was wearing a cream-colored blouse with a subtle floral pattern. Her hair was styled in a way that suggested the early 1980s, and around her neck was a perfume bottle on a delicate chain. It was small, ornate, definitely old, definitely the kind of thing someone would keep long after they stopped being able to purchase the scent it held. The woman's smile was pleasant. Unremarkable, she looked like she could be anyone's mother. She looked, in fact, like someone who might have worn jasmine perfume. I set the photograph down very carefully on the nightstand and did not move it. I did not leave the house either. I wasn't afraid exactly. It was more that I had entered into a kind of understanding with whatever was happening. To leave might mean losing my place in it. To resist might mean it would recede entirely, or worse, that I would spend the rest of my life wondering if it had been real at all. That evening, I opened the master bedroom door again. The hallway was there, but now it extended in both directions. To the left, I could see what appeared to be additional doorways. To the right, the hallway seemed to climb slightly, suggesting there might be stairs at the far end. The light was the soft amber of late afternoon, and it came from multiple sources. Windows I couldn't directly see, the glow of table lamps perhaps. The kind of lighting that suggested a house in full habitation. The jasmine smell filled the hallway, rich and heavy and old, and from somewhere deeper in the house that wasn't quite my house, I heard the soft sound of a television playing, the warm murmur of a voice, the ambient hum that meant someone had turned on the set and was settling in for the evening. I stood in the doorway for what might have been seconds, or might have been much longer, in that peculiar way time has of becoming unreliable in spaces that don't quite belong to the physical world. And then I heard something else, the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. They were unhurried, measured, the footsteps of someone moving through their own home without any particular urgency. They were coming in my direction, coming toward the hallway, coming toward the doorway where I stood, still caught between two worlds, still holding the door open with my hand. I don't remember closing the door, but I must have, because I found myself standing in my bedroom, breathing very quickly, my hand still on the knob. And I could hear, from the other side of the wood, the footsteps stopped directly behind the door. They stood there for a very long time. I stood on my side of the threshold and held my breath, as if breathing too loudly might draw attention I wasn't prepared for. The footsteps eventually receded, but they didn't go back down the stairs. They moved to the right, toward where the hallway extended, and I could hear the soft opening and closing of doors, one after another, as if someone was checking on the other rooms. making their evening rounds. That night, I slept in the living room. The next morning, I noticed that the photograph had moved. It was no longer in the nightstand drawer. It was now on the dresser, propped up against the mirror, positioned so that the woman's face was clearly visible from any angle in the room. And it took me 3 days of avoiding the master bedroom entirely before I noticed something else. Something that made my skin feel too tight. Something that made me sit down on the couch and stay there for hours without moving. The jasmine smell wasn't coming from the master bedroom anymore. It was slowly, inexorably spreading through the rest of the house. By the 4th day, I had stopped pretending I didn't know what was happening. Denial requires a certain kind of energy, and I had none left to spare. The jasmine smell had become the dominant feature of my home. It wasn't overpowering. That would have been easier, somehow easier to dismiss as a problem with the ventilation or a neighbor's garden drifting through an open window. Instead, it was insidious. Settled enough that I would forget about it for minutes at a time, only to catch it again and remember with a cold certainty that it was coming from inside the walls, from the spaces between rooms, from the very air that circulated through the house when I was alone. I had tried opening windows. The smell persisted. I had sprayed every surface with cleaning products that smelled of artificial citrus and chemical flowers, and the jasmine had simply absorbed these attempts at intervention, blending with them into something worse, a cloying mixture that seemed to thicken the air itself. The house had begun to feel crowded. It wasn't that I could see anyone. There were no shadows moving in my peripheral vision, no figures standing in corners when I turned my head. It was something far more unsettling, the pervasive sense of occupancy. The feeling that rooms I had just left held the faint impression of a presence that had only recently vacated them. That the furniture arranged itself in ways I didn't remember. That the book left open on the kitchen table, a novel I had never owned, its pages yellowed with age, had been read very recently, and it was marked at a specific chapter, as if the reader had simply set it down to attend to other tasks. When I opened that book, very carefully, as if the act of touching it might somehow alert whoever had been reading it, I found a name written in careful script on the inside front cover. Morgan, 1987. I closed the book and left it exactly where I had found it. The hallway beyond the master bedroom door had become more defined with each passing day. I had not opened the door again, but I could hear things through it now. The subtle sounds of habitation, the creak of floorboards as someone moved from one room to another, the distant murmur of that television continuing its endless broadcast, sometimes the soft clink of dishes being gathered or set down. Once I heard what sounded like water running, a bathroom sink perhaps, or someone drawing a bath. These sounds came at predictable times. In the morning, around 7, there would be movement in the hallway, the opening and closing of doors, the sound of the television being turned on, the same stations playing the same programs they had played decades ago. In the afternoon, a profound silence would fall, as if whoever lived in that other house had simply ceased moving. Around 5 in the evening, the sounds would resume. Footsteps again. The deliberate movements of someone preparing dinner. The clink and clatter of cookware. And then, as night approached, that television would play on, and eventually everything would go still. I had begun to set my own schedule around this rhythm, sleeping when they slept, waking when they woke. I told myself it was coincidence, that I was simply adjusting to the natural patterns of the house, but I knew better. Something in me was aligning itself with the presence on the other side of the door. Something that recognized a kind of company in this arrangement, however grotesque. On the 7th day, I woke to find the master bedroom door standing open. I had locked it. I was absolutely certain of this. I had locked it every night since I had heard the footsteps stop outside it, since I had understood that something was willing to come into my space if I permitted it. But now it hung open, and the hallway beyond was flooded with that soft amber light, and the jasmine smell was so thick I could taste it on my tongue. I did not go to the doorway. I sat on the edge of my bed in the living room. I had not returned to sleep in the master bedroom since that first night, and I waited. And as the morning progressed, I heard, for the first time, something I had not heard before. Footsteps on the stairs, coming down from somewhere above, coming down to the ground floor, coming into the hallway that led past my own room. They stopped outside the open master bedroom door. Then they began to pace, back and forth, measured and deliberate. Whoever was walking was searching for something, or someone. The pacing continued for nearly an hour, the footsteps moving from room to room now, checking, always checking. Closets, underbeds, the spaces behind furniture. I could almost hear the expectation in those movements, the desperate hope that something might be found if they simply looked in the right place. And then the pacing stopped. The silence that followed was complete and absolute. It was the silence of someone realizing they will never find what they are looking for. The footsteps returned to the stairway. I heard them climb, slowly, heavily, as if each step required tremendous effort. A door closed somewhere above, and I was alone again. But I wasn't truly alone. I hadn't been alone since I had arrived. By the 9th day, I had stopped leaving the living room entirely. I had moved everything I needed within arm's reach: water, food that required no preparation, a blanket. I had the door to the living room closed, though I knew it wouldn't matter. If someone wanted to come through it, the lock would not stop them. Nothing physical would stop them. What stopped me from running was the understanding that I had developed over these days, the terrible, creeping understanding that to leave would be to abandon whatever was happening here, that my presence mattered in some way I couldn't articulate, that I had accepted an implicit contract by staying, and breaking it might have consequences I wasn't equipped to contemplate. The photograph of Morgan had appeared on the living room mantelpiece. I had not put it there. She watched me from that frame now, her dark eyes steady and patient, as if she had been waiting for me to understand something specific. On the morning of the 10th day, I found the first letter. It was propped against the coffee cup I had left on the side table the night before. The envelope was yellowed, the creases deep and ancient, as if it had been folded and unfolded countless times. My name was written across it in that same careful script I had seen in the book, Morgan's handwriting. But my name was not my name. It was a different name entirely, a name that belonged to someone else, someone who had lived here perhaps, long before I arrived, someone who had occupied this space, this room, this life. With shaking hands, I opened the envelope. The letter inside was brief. The handwriting was the same, but it seemed rushed now, less careful, less patient. You were supposed to come home. That was all it said. I read those 5 words perhaps 100 times that day. I turned the letter over to see if there was more written on the back. I checked the envelope for additional pages. There was nothing else. Just those 5 words, written by someone who had been waiting, for decades perhaps, for someone to return to a house that had never truly belonged to them. Around 4 o'clock that afternoon, the footsteps began again. But this time they didn't come from the hallway or the stairs. They came from inside the living room walls. I could hear them moving through the space between the plaster and the brick, following some path I couldn't see, getting closer with each passing second. The sound of someone who knew the layout of this house intimately, who could navigate it even in absolute darkness, who was following a route that had been worn into them by years of repetition. I stood up. I gathered nothing. I moved toward the front door. And then I stopped. Because something had occurred to me, standing there in the living room, listening to those footsteps drawing nearer in the walls around me, I had never checked if the front door was locked. I had lived here for 10 days, surrounded by the presence of something that had been waiting, and I had never once tried to leave. I reached for the knob. My hand froze before making contact. The footsteps stopped. The silence was profound. It was the silence of something waiting to see what I would do next, waiting to understand if I truly intended to leave, or if I would finally accept what had been offered to me in that open doorway, a place in the house, a role to play, a reason to stay. I lowered my hand, and somewhere in the walls I heard what might have been a sigh of relief. The footsteps began again, this time moving toward the living room door. Slow, unhurried, the measured footsteps of someone coming home at last. Someone who had finally found what they had been searching for. Someone who was about to enter the room where I stood, and for the first time in so very long, see a face that matched the name they had been calling out in the darkness. I understood then why I couldn't leave, why the door had never been an option. Not really. Understanding doesn't stop you from being afraid, but it does change what you're afraid of. The footsteps reached the threshold. The door began to open. The door opened. I waited for terror. I waited for the moment when the shape of that presence would resolve itself into something I could actually see. Something with edges and form. Something undeniable. What came instead was warmth. It moved through the living room like breath, like the first few seconds after someone has been standing outside in winter and comes back inside where the heat lives. The kind of warmth that fills a space gradually, that makes you aware of how cold you've been without realizing it. My skin prickled with it. The hairs on my arms rose. The air itself seemed to settle, to exhale, and then nothing visible. No shadow crossing the threshold, no footsteps continuing into the room, just that warmth and the profound sense of presence, and the absolute certainty that I was no longer alone in the way I had been alone before. I don't know how long I stood there. Time had become unreliable in this house. It moved in strange rhythms, stretched and compressed. What might have been minutes or what might have been hours passed while that presence occupied the space with me. There was no violence in it, no threat, but there was also no comfort. Exactly. There was only the knowledge that something had waited for me, across decades or longer, and had finally gotten what it wanted. When I moved, it moved with me, not following. Accompanying, I walked upstairs slowly. My legs felt different, not weak, but heavy, as if they belonged to someone else and I had borrowed them for this moment. The hallway was darker than it had been at any point since I had arrived. The light from the windows couldn't quite reach into the corners anymore. It was early evening. The sun was beginning its retreat. I went to the bedroom. The door where this had started, where the previous tenant's morning routine played out in that space that was no longer quite mine. I opened it. The room was exactly as it had been, and yet subtly altered. The shadows fell differently. The air tasted different on my tongue, stale in a way that suggested it had been undisturbed for a very long time, though I had been breathing it for 10 days. The bed was unmade, sheets twisted as if someone had recently risen from it, as if they rose from it every single morning, following a routine that predated my arrival and would continue after I eventually left. I sat on the edge of the mattress. The presence settled into the corner. I could feel it the way you feel someone watching you in a crowded room. A pressure, an awareness, a quiet attention. It was patient. It had learned patience over the long years of waiting for someone to come back. It had learned that waiting was its purpose, and its purpose was enough. That was 5 weeks ago. I'm still in the house. The lease is paid through the end of the year, and I haven't made any real effort to break it. The agency hasn't asked me to leave. I don't think anyone has checked on the property at all. The mail still comes sometimes, addressed to previous residents whose names I've seen in the papers in the kitchen drawer. Alex, Casey, Riley, always different names, but always the same careful handwriting on the envelopes. Always the same return address that doesn't correspond to any place I can find on any map. The footsteps are routine now. They follow the same pattern I've learned to expect. Morning at 4 o'clock, when that presence rises to begin the day it has been remembering forever. Afternoon at 3, a walk through the hallway toward the back of the house where I haven't yet gone. Evening at 9, when it settles back into the places it occupies when I'm trying to sleep. I've started keeping to the rooms where it isn't. The kitchen during the morning hours. The basement during the afternoon, though I don't like the basement, and I've never found whatever it is that moves in the walls down there. But it's a courtesy, I think. A way of saying, I understand the arrangement. That I'm not trying to intrude on a routine that was ancient before I was born. My friends stopped calling after the second week. I'm not sure when I stopped responding to their messages. The thought of explaining where I am, why I can't seem to leave, what I've decided to accept about this place, it seemed easier simply not to engage. They're living in a world with locks on doors and choices that matter and few, hashtag, the bedroom door that opens to the previous residents morning the air in my bedroom had changed. I noticed it first thing. Before I even opened my eyes that next morning, a thickness to it, like breathing through cotton that had been stored in someone else's closet. Not unpleasant exactly, but other. A staleness that didn't belong to the 3 weeks I'd been living in the house. I lay in bed, watching the light move across the ceiling. Morning sun, thin and pale, cutting through the gap in my curtains. Dust motes moved through it like organisms in a drop of water. Outside, the neighborhood was quiet. Early still, that dead zone between 6 and 7 when the world hasn't quite committed to being awake. The house around me settled with small creaks. Old buildings do this constantly, I've learned. They shift and adjust, wood contracting and expanding with temperature changes, foundations settling another millimeter into the earth. It's a living thing, a house. It breathes, it moves, but you learn to filter those sounds out, the way you stop hearing a refrigerator's hum. Except this morning, I couldn't. I got up and walked to the window. The bedroom was exactly as I'd left it, my clothes draped over the chair, my phone on the nightstand, the paperback I'd been reading splayed face down on the dresser. Everything mine, everything placed exactly where I'd placed it, and yet the space felt occupied by something else's absence, if that made sense. Like a room someone had just walked out of. The closet door was still closed. I checked it twice yesterday. I always check closet doors before sleeping in a new place. A habit from childhood, irrational but persistent. The lock was broken, had been for years apparently, so the door would drift slightly open if you didn't secure it properly. I'd wedged a small box in front of it last night, just to keep it closed. The box was still there, exactly as I'd positioned it. I moved to the dresser and picked up my phone. 6:47. Early enough that checking it felt like an intrusion on the morning's quiet. The bedroom door was slightly ajar. I knew I'd closed it last night. Not just closed it, but pulled it firmly until I heard the latch click. I remember the resistance of the old hinges, the soft catch of the mechanism. I remember being particular about it because the house's sounds at night were still new to me, still unpredictable, and I wanted the barrier of a closed door between myself and whatever creaking, settling noises the rest of the building might make. But it was open now. 4 inches, maybe 5. Just enough that the hallway beyond was visible, the pale carpet, the bathroom door opposite, the stretch of wall where someone had hung a picture frame that was no longer there. I pushed it closed, listened for the click, waited. The door remained closed. The bathroom was cold when I opened it. The kind of cold that suggests no one has run hot water in several hours, the pipes full of unheated water sitting in the dark. I ran the shower and let it warm while I brushed my teeth, watching the steam rise in the mirror. My face looked drawn in the glass. The light from the window making hollows under my eyes. I hadn't slept well. The mattress was good, better than the one I'd left at my apartment, but something about the room's acoustics had kept me half-conscious all night. Sounds traveled strangely here. The creak of the hallway floor outside my door. A faint hum from the walls that might have been wind or pipes or something else entirely. The shower was hot by the time I stepped in. Scalding water, the kind that turns your skin pink. I stood under it for longer than I meant to, letting it run over my face, through my hair, warming the cold that seemed to have settled into my shoulders. The bathroom filled with steam, and for a moment the air felt less stale, less other. Just hot water and the ordinary smell of my soap. When I got out and dried off, I noticed the mirror was clear. No fog at all, despite the steam. Odd, every shower creates fog in a bathroom mirror. It's basic physics. Water vapor collecting on cold glass. But this mirror, the ornate old thing mounted above the sink, was perfectly transparent. I could see myself clearly, pale, dripping, my reflection sharp enough to count the freckles on my shoulders. The bedroom had returned to normal by the time I dressed. I say returned because that was the only word that fit. The staleness had lifted. The air was just air again, the ordinary air of an old house on an October morning. Dust, wood, the faint mineral smell of plaster and old paint. My things were still in their places. The morning light still moved across the floor in the same slow diagonal. I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The hallway was longer than I remembered it being. Not actually longer, the walls hadn't shifted, but it felt longer. The morning light from my bedroom window didn't extend far. Just a few feet beyond my threshold, the corridor faded into a softer light, the kind that comes from windows at the far end of the house. Closed doors lined both sides. The bathroom I just left, 3 other rooms I hadn't yet explored, a linen closet, a narrow door that led to the attic stairs. I'd walked this hallway every day since arriving, multiple times a day, carrying boxes and cleaning supplies and the general detritus of settling in. I knew its dimensions. I knew it ended at the stairs, 20 feet from my bedroom door. I knew the original wood floors creaked at a specific point, about halfway down, where the house had settled unevenly. Knowing these things, and standing in the hallway, though, were different experiences. The silence was almost aggressive. Not the quiet of an empty house, which is peaceful enough, but something closer to a muffled silence, as if someone had wrapped the hallway in heavy fabric. Sound didn't travel normally here. When I shifted my weight, my footsteps seemed to disappear into the floor rather than echo off the walls. When I cleared my throat, the sound was swallowed before it could really begin. The carpet under my bare feet was soft, older than I'd thought, when I'd seen it from a distance. A faded cream color, nearly white in places where sunlight had bleached it, darker in the center where footsteps had worn the nap down to something slick and almost synthetic feeling. I could feel the seams, the way the carpet had been cut and seemed to fit the hallway's length. Somewhere in the middle of that seaming, there was a slight ridge that my foot caught on. Not dangerous, just noticeable. The ridge of something that had been patched or repaired long ago. I looked at the closed doors. They were all the same old wood painted a cream color that was peeling in small places, revealing darker paint underneath. Industrial brass knobs worn to a dull shine. Keyholes of the kind that hadn't been used in decades. I'd inherited all of these rooms. Technically, the agent had mentioned that some of them contained furniture I might want to keep. But I hadn't opened any of them yet. There hadn't been a reason to. I'd only needed the bedroom and bathroom and kitchen. The rest could wait. But standing in the hallway, I found myself wanting to know what was behind those doors. I didn't open them. That's important to note. I wanted to, but something about the hallway's particular quality of silence suggested that opening them would be a violation of something. Not dangerous exactly, but unwelcome. Like waking someone who was sleeping or interrupting a conversation that had been happening before you entered the room. Instead, I made my way to the stairs. The hallway felt longer on the return walk. That same slight ridge under my foot caught me twice. Which seemed impossible. A ridge can only be in one place. But it caught me twice, and both times it felt slightly different. The first time was just a snag. The second time was almost deliberate, as if the floor had been waiting for me to pass over it again. My bedroom door was open when I looked back. Not just slightly ajar, like it had been this morning, but fully open. Enough that I could see my unmade bed, the chair where I'd left my clothes. The closet door was open too, which made no sense. I'd checked the closet when I woke. I'd made sure it was closed and the box was against it. I stood in the hallway, one foot on the top stair, and looked at my open bedroom door for a long time. The light was different in there now, sharper, more directed. As if the sun had moved across the room faster than it should have, as if it was mid-morning instead of just after 7. My shadow was visible in the doorway when I stood very still, a dark shape against the bright window, as if I was standing in two places at once. I went downstairs. I made coffee in the kitchen. A careful process in an unfamiliar space with appliances that weren't quite modern but weren't old enough to be charming. The coffee maker was from another decade. Push-button start, glass carafe. The kind that heated the bottom plate and slowly ruined any coffee left in it for more than 10 minutes. I stood in the kitchen, holding a warm mug, and tried to convince myself that I'd simply forgotten closing the door, that the draft from an open window somewhere had blown it open, that the closet door had never been sealed properly and had drifted open on its own, that the hallway was the same length it had always been, and my perception of it had simply been off. That the bedroom had been bright when I woke, but I'd been too foggy to notice. The coffee was dark and strong and tasted like bitterness. Good coffee, actually. Better than the instant I'd been drinking at my apartment. But I kept thinking about the hallway's quality of silence. The way the ridge under my foot had caught me twice. The way my room had gotten brighter when I wasn't in it. I sat at the kitchen table, a heavy wooden thing with carved legs that didn't match the modern cabinets or the tile counters, and listened to the house around me. Subtle sounds now that the morning was properly beginning. The refrigerator's hum, a different pitch in daylight. The gentle hiss of pipes. Wind moving through the eaves above. Ordinary sounds, domestic sounds. The sounds a house makes when it's being lived in. And underneath all of those sounds, so faint I wasn't sure I was actually hearing it or imagining it, was something else. A rhythmic sound. Not a heartbeat that was too obvious a metaphor and my mind kept rejecting it as too theatrical, but something with a similar quality. A pulse. An in and out. A presence drawing breath. The bedroom door was open again when I went upstairs to dress properly. This time I closed it with more force, using both hands on the knob, putting weight into it. The latch caught with a solid click. Within an hour, it was open. I didn't close it again after that. There seemed to be no point. Whatever mechanism inside the door's frame or the house's structure was causing it to open had already decided. Fighting it would only delay the inevitable. So I left the door open and went about the business of the day, unpacking boxes, organizing the kitchen, cleaning the bathroom that still smelled vaguely of someone else's soap. The hallway maintained its length and its particular silence. The carpet's ridge still caught at my foot, always at the same point. And the hallway light, which seemed to come from no particular source, remained soft and diffuse, the way light looks in the late afternoon even though it was morning. I made lunch. Pasta, sauce from a jar, nothing that required real cooking. The kitchen window looked out on a small yard, overgrown with grass and weeds, a fence in the distance that was starting to lean. Someone had planted a garden once, back there. I could see the ghost of it, 4 raised beds, now collapsed and returning to earth where vegetables had grown in someone else's summer. By afternoon, I'd stopped noticing how much time had passed. The sun had moved from the east-facing window to the south-facing one, and then to the west. And I couldn't quite remember the sequence of events that had led from morning to now. I'd done things, I could see the evidence of them, a lunch plate rinsed and in the sink, boxes unpacked and stacked in the corner, but the specific hours had become fluid, difficult to hold on to. Around 4 o'clock, or what I assumed was 4 o'clock based on the angle of the light, I found myself standing outside the bedroom door again. The hallway was different in the late afternoon. The silence had taken on texture. I could feel it against my skin, cool and present. The carpet felt different under my feet, softer in some places, rough in others, as if I was walking on different sections of the floor simultaneously, experiencing multiple versions of the carpet at once. My bedroom beyond the open door was full of light, the kind of light that comes at a very specific time of day, when the sun is low and coming in at a particular angle that makes everything seem to glow from within. My bed was in the center of this light, the white sheets luminous. The chair where I'd left my clothes was empty. The clothes had been put away, hung carefully in the closet or folded in the dresser. The book I'd been reading was gone from the nightstand. The room smelled like morning. Not the morning of today, but morning itself. That particular quality of air that exists only in the first hour after waking, when the world is still forming itself and anything seems possible. I stood in the doorway, halfway in the hallway, and couldn't remember which direction I'd come from. The hallway behind me was long, or short. I couldn't quite determine which. The bathroom door was visible, and the other closed doors, and the light coming from the end where the stairs were. But the proportions seemed different. The bathroom seemed closer than it should be, or the stairs seemed farther, or my perception of the distance between them was somehow incorrect. I turned back to the bedroom. The light had shifted again. The sun must have moved, though I hadn't felt any time pass to allow for that movement. Now the light was coming in from a different angle, hitting the wall above the dresser, creating a shape there, not a shadow exactly, but a brightening, as if someone had turned on a lamp just out of sight. The room appeared lived in, not by me. I could see that clearly. The arrangement of things on the dresser, a jewelry box, a small mirror, a hairbrush, belonged to someone else. The quilt on the bed was not one I'd brought. The curtains were different. The walls had a different color, a faint cream or pale yellow that I couldn't quite see in the shifting light. And on the bed, clearly visible, was an indent in the pillow, the shape of a head. The quilt was pushed down to the foot of the bed, as if someone had just rolled out of it, as if someone was about to wake up, as if someone was still in the process of waking even now. I was standing in the doorway, unable to step forward or backward, unable to move at all, when I realized something had changed in my perception. The light in the room was not moving. It was constant now, fixed in its angle, fixed in its intensity. The room had stopped in a particular moment and was maintaining that moment like a photograph, like a memory, like a moment in time preserved against the forward motion of the day. And in that preserved moment I could hear breathing, not loud, not aggressive, just the ordinary sound of someone sleeping, the in and out that exists in the most vulnerable hours of the morning when the world is still dark and the day hasn't started to demand things of you. I could hear someone breathing in my bed. I couldn't move. I could only stand in the doorway, half in the hallway, half in this room that was no longer mine, and listen to the sound of someone else's morning. Tours that extend beyond a single house. I'm not in that world anymore, if I ever was. I've found more of the letters, 17 of them, hidden in various places throughout the house. Behind baseboards, in the spaces between books on the shelves, folded inside coat pockets in the closet. All of them in that same careful handwriting. All of them addressed to names that could have been mine. If I had lived in a different order, if I had been born in a different time, if I had been meant to come home in one of the lives before this one. The messages are all variations on a theme: you were supposed to come home. Why did you leave? Please come back. Don't you remember? You promised. I think about the person who wrote them. I think about the person who was waiting here, who wrote these words knowing they might never be read, knowing that decades might pass before someone with a name like the ones they kept using would finally arrive. I think about what it means to wait for that long. To remember someone so completely that you can't stop calling for them, even when you should be forgetting. Last night, I woke to the sound of that presence standing at the foot of my bed. It didn't move. It didn't approach. It only stood there in the dark, and I understood without being told that it was studying me, trying to see if I was the right person. If the name it had been holding in its mouth for all these years actually matched the face it found when it finally came home. I'm not the right person. I know that. I'm someone else. Someone who arrived by accident. Someone who should have left 10 days ago and closed the door behind me and never thought about this place again. But I didn't leave. And the more time passes, the less certain I become that I could. This morning, I found a new envelope on the kitchen table. My name is still written on it in that careful script, but it's not the name I was born with. It's the name the presence has been calling into the darkness, the name that fits this house and this role and this life that seems to be waiting for me to simply accept it. I haven't opened the letter yet. It's sitting in front of me now, the paper creased and ancient, as if it's been waiting for me much longer than the envelope itself could possibly have existed. The footsteps are beginning their afternoon walk. They're moving toward me, steady and unhurried, the sound of someone moving through a space they know with complete intimacy. The sound of someone coming home to check on the person who finally answered when they called. I haven't moved. I don't think I will. The envelope is still sealed. The letter inside is still unread. But I can feel what it says the way you feel a presence in a room. Not with knowledge, but with certainty. Not with understanding, but with acceptance. You were supposed to come home. The footsteps reach the kitchen. The air grows warm. And I understand, sitting at this table in the afternoon light, that I finally have. Story 2. I keep finding dinner prepared for someone else at my table. I've lived in the farmhouse for 3 months now, and I still don't know why I wake at 4 in the morning. Not with a start. Not from a dream. I just open my eyes in the dark and know that it's 4:17 before I check the clock, and the knowledge sits there in my chest like I've been awake all along, waiting. It's the kind of habit that creeps in slowly enough that you don't notice it taking root. I stopped fighting it weeks ago. The floorboards between my bedroom and the kitchen have their own language. The third plank from my door has a soft give to it, not quite a creak, more like something settling. The seventh plank near the hallway photograph groans in a lower register. The kitchen itself announces me. The tile is cold enough that I can feel it through my socks. And there's always this smell this time of morning, before the house has properly woken. It's not unpleasant. It's like the inside of an old photograph. Dust and varnish and the ghost of someone else's breakfast. I make coffee. The percolator belonged to the house. Found it in the back of the second cabinet when I moved in, wrapped in newspaper from 1987. The glass knob on the lid is slightly warped, and the handles have darkened with age to the color of old honey. While it brews, I stand at the window above the sink and look out at the fields. They're empty most mornings. The property line is marked by a fence that lists slightly to the left, and beyond that, just the pale suggestion of other fields, other properties, stretching out in the dark toward the horizon. In 3 months, I've never seen another house from this window. I'm not sure what that means. The coffee takes time. I don't mind. There's something about the pre-dawn hours that makes hurrying feel obscene. The dining room is where I drink it. Not because I prefer it, the kitchen table is perfectly functional, but because the light is different there. The room faces east, and in the first minutes before sunrise, the darkness has this particular quality to it, a kind of thickness. The walls are that faded floral pattern that was probably fashionable in the 70s, now more the color of old linen than any actual print. There's water damage in the corner near the window, a brown bloom that spreads like a slow stain. I've been meaning to deal with it. The oak table is enormous. It seats 12, probably did for decades. The wood has that grain to it that only comes with real age. Not the even patterns of newer wood, but something organic and irregular, like the table has a landscape of its own. The surface is not quite level. When I set my coffee cup down, it slides almost imperceptibly toward the north end, pulled by some long settled shift in the wood. I drink my coffee slowly. The house is quiet in a way that cities never are. There's no ambient hum, no distant traffic. The quiet here is almost textured. It has weight. That morning, the morning everything shifted in a way I couldn't quite name at first, I was on my fourth cup. Dawn was breaking through that east-facing window in shades of blue and gray, and I was thinking about nothing in particular. The kind of thinking that isn't thinking at all, just the sensation of being present in a room. My hands were wrapped around the cup. The ceramic was cooling, that sweet spot between too hot and no longer warm. That's when I noticed the plate. It wasn't unusual for me to miss things. First thing in the morning. The house is full of furniture, objects, the collected weight of previous lives, books stacked on chairs, a mirror leaning against the wall, things in corners. But this plate was directly across from me. I looked at it the way you look at something that might resolve into sense if you stare hard enough. It was fine china, white with a delicate pattern of blue flowers along the rim. Expensive looking, the kind of dish you don't use for every meal. Next to it, a napkin, folded into a precise rectangle. A water glass, clear, the kind that catches the light. A fork and knife arranged exactly as it should be. The knife blade facing inward, the fork tines down. A full place setting, laid out for a guest. I thought at first that I had done it, that perhaps during one of my early morning routines I had set a table out of muscle memory, or some strange, half-asleep impulse. It had happened before, small inconsistencies I couldn't account for. A light left on in a room I hadn't entered. A drawer in the kitchen closed when I'd left it open. Nothing alarming. The kind of things that happen when you live in a house long enough. You develop routines that bypass your conscious mind. But I had not set this table. I was sure. I had come directly from the bedroom, made coffee, and come to the dining room. I had not paused in the kitchen beyond the percolator. I had not laid out any dishes. Still, there it was. I got up and stood over it, as if proximity might reveal something. The plate was real. The napkin was linen, off-white, with something like a monogram embroidered very faintly in the corner. I couldn't quite make out the letters. The fork and knife felt heavy in my hand when I picked them up. Sterling silver or something close to it. The handles weighted at the base. I set them down again as carefully as I had found them. My coffee had gone cold. I drank it anyway, standing at the opposite end of the table, watching the empty place setting as though it might move. It didn't. The morning light continued to strengthen, and the room became less blue, more gold, and the pattern on the wallpaper seemed to shift, becoming slightly less invisible. Faded peonies, maybe, or roses. I could never quite tell. I left the room and went about my day. Fed the cat, a orange thing named River that I'd found in the barn, watered the plants on the windowsills. There were things that needed doing. A window in the upstairs bathroom that wouldn't close properly, a section of baseboard in the hallway that had begun to separate from the wall. I spent the afternoon in the attic, sorting through boxes, looking for supplies. And it wasn't until the light began to fail again that I remembered the place setting. It was gone. The table was bare. All 12 chairs empty. No plate, no napkin, no fork or knife or water glass. I stood in the doorway and checked the other rooms, the kitchen, the parlor, the study. Nothing. I came back to the dining room and looked at that specific spot on the table, trying to see if there was any indication that something had been there. No water ring, no scratch or scuff on the wood. Nothing but the ordinary landscape of the old table's surface. I told myself it was a strange morning, nothing more. The kind of thing that happens sometimes. A glass left out and forgotten, returned to the cabinet by my own forgetful hands. I had lived alone for long enough that I no longer entirely trusted my own sense of time and sequence. Days blurred into one another. Sometimes I would find myself in a room with no memory of walking to it. That night I made myself dinner, nothing elaborate, a simple soup and bread, and ate it in the kitchen, and went to bed at a normal hour, intending to interrupt the pattern of waking at 4. It didn't work. I opened my eyes at 4:15 anyway, and lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, aware of the house around me, in that particular way you become aware of a room when you can't sleep. The presence of it, the weight of the roof and walls and all the small migrations of air within them. I got up at 4:45, made coffee, and went to the dining room. The place setting was there again. This time there was also food on the plate. I stood in the doorway for a long time, just looking. My hand was steady when I raised it to the light switch, though I couldn't have explained why I needed to see the room more clearly. The bulbs were dim, the fixture was old, but they were enough. The plate held what looked like soup or some kind of stew, dark and thick. The surface of it still steaming in the cold morning air. There was bread beside it, a slice of something dense and brown. The water glass was full, the liquid clear and fresh-looking. The napkin lay precisely where it had before. The fork and knife were arranged with the same careful attention to detail. And it was warm. When I approached the table, moving slowly, as though the act of sudden motion might startle something, I could feel the heat radiating from the plate. Freshly prepared. I don't remember my decision to turn around and leave the room. I only know that I was back in my bed, and the sun was coming up, and I was awake in that terrible full consciousness way that sleep deprivation creates. My heart was beating in a rhythm that felt too fast, too irregular. I could feel it in my throat. I told myself, lying there as the room grew light around me, old houses settle. Pipes make sounds, drafts move air. The house retains heat in unexpected places. There were explanations for everything. The place setting from yesterday, I had set it myself. Must have. Some lapse in memory. Some moment of routine action I'd performed on autopilot. The food this morning was what? I had made it in my sleep? That wasn't possible. And yet I couldn't seem to arrive at any other conclusion that made sense. By the time afternoon came around, I had almost convinced myself. I went through the day as though nothing had happened. I organized the kitchen. I cleaned out the refrigerator. I made a list of repairs the house needed, which was extensive. The house was old, and old things required patience. That night, as the sun went down and I felt the familiar pull of 4 a.m., settling into my body like a prediction, I found myself doing something I hadn't planned to do. I laid out a place setting, not for myself, on the opposite side of the table. The china matched, pieces I found in the cabinet without quite looking for them. The napkin was linen. I used the same fork and knife. I poured a glass of water. And then I sat across from the empty chair, sat in my usual spot, and I waited for whatever morning brought. It felt important somehow to be awake for it. The dark hours before dawn stretched in a way that made time feel uncertain. I didn't turn on lights. I sat at that enormous table in the near black room, feeling the weight of the house around me, listening to the small movements of its settling. A creak in the wall, the sound of something, pipes or wind, moving through the spaces between the outer and inner walls. The house breathing. That was what it felt like. The house breathing in the dark, and me breathing across from an empty chair, and both of us waiting for something. At 4:17, I heard a sound from the kitchen. It was the sound of a plate being set down, very carefully, on a wooden surface. Then the clink of silverware, the soft rush of water being poured. The sounds were quiet, deliberate, separate from one another by small spaces of silence. They happened in sequence, following a pattern. The sounds of someone or the memory of someone preparing a meal. When the sound stopped, I waited. I sat in the darkness for a long time, afraid to move, afraid to turn on a light and break whatever spell had been woven between the dark and the old wood and the space of that enormous table. Eventually, without knowing quite how much time had passed, I got up and went to the kitchen. The stove was cold. Nothing had been prepared. But on the counter, next to the percolator, there were wet marks on the tile, large enough to suggest something had been set down. Water, or something like it. The imprints of a glass. I went back to the dining room. The place setting I had laid out was untouched, but there was a new plate on the other side of the table. Steaming, full, I picked up a fork. The food was warm, and it tasted like something that had been made with care. There was no name for the flavor, nothing I could identify. It wasn't unpleasant. I ate slowly, sitting in the dark, and when I was finished, I cleared the plate and set it in the sink, and I went back to bed as the sky began to pale. It happened again 2 days later, and again after that. I stopped questioning it somewhere around the 6th or 7th time. Instead, I began to observe. I noticed patterns. The place settings always appeared on the same side of the table, the north end, the chair at the head nearest the window. The meals varied slightly, but they always had the quality of being made with precision. Nothing was ever wasted. Nothing was ever left for me to clean up besides my own plate. And then, one morning, after I had eaten, I found myself searching the dining room. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. Or perhaps I was. I opened the drawers in the sideboard slowly, half expecting something to object, and found tablecloths and serving spoons and small objects that had accumulated over decades. In the last drawer, beneath a lace cloth that felt old enough to disintegrate if I held it too tightly, there was a photograph. It was black and white, faded at the edges. The two people in it were sitting at the same table I had been eating at, wearing clothes that suggested the 1920s. A man and a woman, both middle-aged, both looking at the camera with the still, patient expression people wore in photographs that took time to develop. Behind them, the same wallpaper, less faded then. The same window. The same light. They were arranged as if they had just finished, or were about to begin, a meal together. I turned the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting that had faded almost to the point of illegibility, were two names. Alex, and below it, something else. A name I couldn't quite read. The letters were there, but they seemed to blur when I tried to focus on them, as if the act of looking was dissolving them. I put the photograph back. That evening, instead of waiting for 4 a.m, I went into the dining room at dusk and laid out 2 place settings, not one on either side, but 2 adjacent to one another, the way 2 people might sit who wanted to be close. I prepared dinner from the kitchen, simple things, nothing that required much skill, and I set it on both plates, and I left the room. I didn't wait. I didn't watch. I went upstairs and I lay in bed in the dark, and I felt the house settle around me, and I thought about the photograph and the names I could and couldn't read, and the question of how long something can persist in a place after everything else is gone. In the morning, both plates were empty. The table was set again, in the way it had been every morning since this began. One place for me, one place for the other. I have stopped trying to understand it. I have stopped questioning it. Every evening, I lay out the settings. Every morning, I find them have been used, and every day I live in the house, and the house lives around me, and neither of us mentions what we both seem to know. That there is someone here, or the memory of someone, and they are insistent on being remembered. They are insistent on being fed. I began to notice things that might have been nothing at all. The first was the coffee. I, had always made it the same way. Grounds measured out with precision, water heated to the temperature that produced the best extraction, poured into the same ceramic pot my grandmother had used. The ritual of it was comforting, a small anchor in a house that had begun to feel untethered from ordinary time. One morning, the pot was already made, still warm. The grounds were measured exactly as I measured them. The water temperature somehow maintained at that precise degree. I had not made it. I lived alone. I told myself I had made it and forgotten. Sleep deprivation does that. The human mind, especially one under stress, develops gaps. I had been keeping this routine for 3 weeks by then, laying out 2 plates each evening, finding them cleared each morning, and the weight of it was accumulating like sediment in my chest. Forgetting a simple task was entirely reasonable, but I had not forgotten. The next occurrence was smaller, and that somehow made it worse. The dining room window, which had always been stuck, painted shut decades ago, the frame warped by age, was open. Not much, just enough that I noticed the variation in how the light fell across the table. Just enough to let in the sound of wind and the smell of the yard outside, the green smell of approaching autumn. I closed it. It was difficult. I had to use a knife to work the frame loose from the sill. The paint cracked in long white lines, exposing wood underneath that had turned the color of old bone. That evening, when I entered the dining room at dusk, the window was open again. I checked it immediately. There was no draft in the house strong enough to account for it. The rest of the windows were sealed. The other rooms held their accumulated stillness undisturbed. Only this window, the one at the table, stood open. I closed it again. I locked it, though the lock was fragile and old. I painted the frame shut using quick-drying sealant meant for weatherproofing. I had to be thorough. I had to be certain. In the morning it was open, not broken, not forced. Simply open, the way you might open it if you wanted to breathe in the fresh air while you ate, if you wanted to feel the temperature drop as evening came and the heat of the day released itself into the sky, if you were a person doing a normal thing. After that, I stopped closing it. The 3rd week of the routine, I began to find other items arranged on the table. Small things. A folded handkerchief, cream-colored, placed beside the second plate. A book, its cover faded to a state where I couldn't read the title, left open to a page whose words I didn't try to examine. Once, a bracelet, silver, tarnished to a deep gray-black, resting in a coil beside the water glass. These were not things I owned, not things I had seen before in the house, though I had only inherited it 3 months earlier and had not thoroughly explored every room. The original owners had left their absence behind them. The place had come furnished with silences and unfamiliar objects. But these felt placed, intentional, arranged as if someone wanted them to be found. I would remove them. I would take the handkerchief or the book or the bracelet and place it elsewhere, on the mantelpiece, on a shelf in the hall, once in a drawer in the kitchen that I had not opened in weeks. And each evening when I laid out the 2-place settings, the items would be there again. Not always the same ones. Sometimes they were new. a fountain pen that leaked dark blue ink from its nib, a small sewing kit, its needles still sharp despite their age, a photograph of a garden I did not recognize, a woman standing in it with her hand resting on the head of a stone statue, a button, large and made of mother of pearl, missing the thread that had once held it to a garment. Things that belonged to a life I had not lived in this house. I began keeping a journal of them, not an obsessive record, or at least I told myself it was not obsession, merely documentation, but a list of what appeared, when it appeared, the order in which they were arranged. I thought perhaps there was a pattern, a sequence that might mean something, a message being assembled one object at a time. But there was no pattern. They appeared and disappeared according to no logic I could discern. The handkerchief came back twice, weeks apart. The bracelet had been there for 4 consecutive days, then absent for a week, then returned. The photograph appeared once and never again. Around this time I realized I had stopped sleeping well, not the dramatic insomnia of movies, the kind where a person lies awake for days, watching the ceiling, driven mad by small sounds. It was subtler. I would sleep, but in shallow layers, the kind where dreams bled into wakefulness, and it became difficult to know which side of consciousness I inhabited. I would wake in the early hours, not always at 4 a.m. anymore, and sense something in the house. Not a presence. Exactly, absence has weight too. The weight of something that should be there and is not. Sometimes I would wake and find myself standing in the doorway of the dining room without having remembered getting out of bed. The table would be in darkness, but I would somehow know it was set for 2. I would stand there listening to the silence and become aware of a fatigue so profound it seemed to come from the house itself, as if the structure were slowly drawing something out of me, the energy of living, the urgency that keeps a body moving through time. One night, I woke to find my chair pushed back from the table in the dining room, as if I had been sitting there. The plate before my place setting was dirty, with traces of food I could not identify. The other plate was clean, untouched, waiting. I did not remember eating. I had no hunger. My body had begun to exist in a state of persistent fullness, as if I were eating without the knowledge of eating, sustaining something that had nothing to do with my own survival. My clothes had begun to hang loose on me, but my stomach never felt empty. The contradiction was maddening in the way small things become maddening. The way a persistent noise at the edge of hearing will eventually destroy your ability to think about anything else. In the mornings, I would find new marks on the walls, not fresh marks, but ones I had not noticed before. Wallpaper worn thin in places, as if someone had repeatedly brushed their hand across the same spot. A discoloration on the wall behind the second chair, at roughly the height where someone's head might rest if they leaned back. The house was beginning to show its architecture of use. The 4th week, I found myself spending entire evenings in the dining room, laying out the settings not at dusk, but at twilight, in that suspended time between day and night when the light becomes almost liquid. I would watch the room change color as darkness came. I would watch the second place setting seem to solidify, as if reality took a stronger hold on it once the light had gone. And I would wait. I did not know what I was waiting for. Not a confrontation. Not answers. The presence in the house had made it clear, through the empty plates, the returned objects, the window that would not stay shut, that it had no interest in being explained or resolved or acknowledged in any way other than this, by being fed, by being set a place at the table, by being treated as though it still inhabited time in the way the living do. I had become a custodian of a life that was not my own, a servant perhaps, or a companion. The distinction was becoming unclear. The thing I had not yet admitted to myself was this. I was no longer certain whether the photograph I had found showed the previous occupants of the house, or if it showed something else entirely, something that lived here in a way that defied the normal rules of residence. And I was not certain how long I myself had been living here, or whether I was still alive in any conventional sense, or if I too was now simply part of the arrangement, another place setting, another element in a table that would continue to be laid long after I forgot why. The most unsettling part was this. I had almost stopped caring. The 5th week arrived without announcement, the way seasons change when you're not paying attention. I marked it only because I found a calendar on the kitchen counter, not my calendar, with the days crossed off in a hand I did not recognize. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, each X pressed deep enough to tear the paper. 5 weeks, 35 days. I stood in the kitchen holding that calendar, and for the first time I felt something shift in the architecture of my acceptance. A small tremor in the foundation of denial I had constructed. It had felt safe, that denial. It had felt like the only way to coexist with the impossibility that had taken root in my home. But standing there, holding evidence of time marked by something other than myself, I understood that safety was an illusion I could no longer afford. That night, I did not set the table. I left the dining room untouched, the china still in the cabinet, the silverware undisturbed in its drawer. I made myself a meal, something simple, something real, and I ate it standing at the kitchen counter like a trespasser in my own home. The food tasted like nothing. My throat closed around each swallow. My body rejected sustenance with the same indifference it had shown to the mysterious meals I had been consuming. I went to bed early, deliberately, a small act of defiance that felt both necessary and absurd. I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of the table being set. Not a single piece of silverware, not the soft clink of china, but the deliberate, methodical sound of arrangement. The sliding of wood against wood, the precise positioning of objects, a rhythm that suggested intention, purpose, and a terrible familiarity, as if this were a ritual performed so many times that it had achieved the efficiency of muscle memory. I lay in the darkness of my bedroom, my heart moving through its beats like a creature trapped in a cage, and I listened. The sound came from the dining room directly below me. It continued for 10 minutes. Then it stopped. Silence returned, but it was a different silence than before. It was the silence of completion, of waiting. I did not go downstairs. I could not move. Some part of my mind, the part that still recognized the difference between reality and the slow dissolution of it, was screaming. But my body remained immobile, pressed into the mattress, listening to the house settle into its new configuration. When dawn came, I rose as if moving through water. My limbs felt heavy in a way that had nothing to do with fatigue. I descended the stairs slowly, each step taking conscious effort, as though I were descending not into my dining room, but into something deeper, a basement of the mind where reason goes to die. The table was set for 3. I stood in the doorway, unable to cross the threshold. 3 place settings. 3 chairs. The one at the head of the table, which I had never sat in. The one to its right, where I had been taking my meals for 5 weeks. And the one I had always kept empty. But it was not empty anymore. There was a chair at the head of the table now. I had not bought it. I had no memory of it entering the house. It was older than the other furniture, the wood darker, the seat worn smooth by use. It faced me directly, and the place setting before it was arranged with meticulous care. A plate, a napkin, folded with geometric precision. Silverware placed at angles that suggested instruction and discipline, but it was the glass that held my attention. A drinking glass, crystal or something close to it, sat at the upper right of the plate. It was filled with water, clear, colorless, unremarkable, except that it was sweating, condensation beating on its exterior as though it had been filled moments ago, as though something warm had been pressing against it from within. I realized I had not bought that glass either. I realized I could not remember buying most of the things in this house. The thought arrived not as a shock, but as a kind of recognition, the way you might recognize a face you had forgotten you knew. A slow unfolding of understanding that what I had believed about myself, that I had moved into this house 5 weeks ago, that I had chosen it, that I understood the basic facts of my own life, might itself be another meal laid out before me, offered by hands that moved in darkness, accepted by a mind that no longer had the strength to refuse. I walked to the middle chair and sat down. This was not a choice, though my body moved as if I had made one. It was simply what happened next. The inevitable progression. The narrator's voice that had been speaking these events, recounting them to someone, to no one, to myself, that voice had become unreliable. I could not trust it anymore. I could not trust anything I told myself about how I came to be here, or why I stayed, or what remained of the person I believed myself to be before the dining room became the center of the house, and the house became the center of everything. I looked at the empty chair across from me, the one that was no longer empty in any way that mattered. "You're here," I said aloud. It was the first time I had acknowledged it directly, the first time I had stopped pretending that the arrangements I made were offerings to an abstract absence. The words felt strange in my mouth. like something not quite translated from another language. The house did not answer. It never did. But the water in that crystal glass trembled. A small oscillation, as if something beneath the table had moved, or as if something had leaned slightly forward to listen. I placed my hands flat on the table before me. The wood was cool, polished, worn smooth in 1,000 places where hands had rested before mine. I understood in that moment that I was not the first, that the photograph I had found, the one I had almost convinced myself was of previous owners, had shown something else entirely, had shown others who had sat in this room, in this progression of chairs, playing out the same tableau over and over, each version slightly different. Each version less able to distinguish between feeding and being fed, between the living and the arrangement. The third week would come soon. Or perhaps it was already here, had been here all along, waiting for me to notice. Outside, the morning light pressed against the windows, trying to enter, trying to illuminate the room, but the house held it at bay. The light seemed to stop at the glass, unable to penetrate the peculiar geometry of the dining room, the space that seemed larger from the inside than from the outside, the space that had become my world. I sat in silence, my hands on the cool wood, and I waited for the plates to be placed before us. I was no longer certain whether I was waiting for dinner or whether dinner had already begun and had been continuing all along, a meal that would never finish. That required nothing of me except my presence and my slow, inevitable surrender to the understanding that some houses do not contain their residents. Some houses consume them, and some accept the consumption as simply the natural order of things, the way a table accepts its place settings, the way a chair accepts the weight of someone sitting down, the way silence accepts the space where words used to be. The morning came quietly, as if the house had permitted it. I woke in my own bed. I had no memory of moving there, no recollection of leaving the dining room or climbing the stairs, but the evidence of my body's passage was there in the rumpled sheets, the indentation of my head on the pillow, the pale light of early autumn filtering through the window like something filtered through gauze. This was normal. This was how mornings worked. This was what I told myself. The house felt emptier than it had before. Not vacant, exactly. Emptiness implies an absence that could be filled, and I knew already that this was not an absence. But the weight had shifted. The presence, if I could still call it that, had withdrawn into a different sort of attention, the kind of attention that does not need to perform itself, that does not need to announce itself through trembling water or displaced air or the sensation of being watched from beneath the table. I stayed in bed longer than I normally would have. The light moved across the ceiling in a slow arc marking time, and I followed its progress with something approaching numbness. There was a logical part of my mind, smaller now, more distant, like a voice calling from across a wide room that suggested I should leave, that I should pack what I could carry, and walk out the front door and not look back. That I should contact someone, though I had no clear idea who that someone would be, or what words I would use to describe what had happened, or why anyone would believe me. But that voice was growing fainter. I rose eventually and moved through the house. The hallway was just a hallway. The kitchen was just a kitchen, with its old appliances and its worn countertops and its single window that looked out onto the overgrown garden where nothing seemed to grow properly anymore, the flowers bent at wrong angles, the grass in patches, as if something beneath the soil had shifted and tilted everything slightly off true. I made coffee, though I could barely taste it. The act of making coffee was comforting in its normalcy. I held the cup and watched the steam rise and dissipate, and I told myself that this was grief, that I was grieving. I did not know what I was grieving. The living room was unchanged. The furniture arranged itself as it always had, the books on the shelf untouched, the television dark and waiting. I sat on the sofa and looked at the room and wondered if I had ever actually existed in it, or if I was only remembering that I had. The distinction seemed increasingly unimportant. Whether something happened, or whether you remembered something happening, or whether something happened and you only thought you remembered it happening, what was the actual difference? The result was the same. The result was that you sat in a living room that no longer felt like a room you lived in, and you waited. By the afternoon, I had become aware of a persistent wrongness that did not have a name. It was not the house itself, though the house was part of it. It was something in my own thinking, a small skip in the usual progression of my thoughts, like a record with a scratch in it. When I tried to remember my life before the house, I found that my memories had taken on a peculiar quality. They were accurate as far as I could tell, but they felt observed rather than lived, as if they had happened to someone I knew well but was not, in any meaningful sense, myself. I had an image of myself at a dinner table in another place, another time. I was young, or younger at any rate. There were other people present. I could not see their faces. I knew that I knew them, that they were important to me, but their features remained soft blurred, like a photograph that had been deliberately obscured. I had a memory of laughing, of raising a glass, of the sense of being part of something complete and whole. But when I tried to touch the memory, to bring it into clearer focus, it slipped away like something living. The clock in the hallway ticked. It had always ticked. I had not paid attention to it before, but now I became aware of its continuous sound, the methodical marking of moments, each one identical to the last. Each one another moment in which I continued to exist in this particular configuration. The ticking was neither comforting nor disturbing. It simply was. Part of the house's breathing. Part of the silence that had learned to speak in a measured rhythm. I did not go into the dining room. The door was closed as it had been closed, as I assumed it would remain closed. But I became aware, as the afternoon progressed, that the door was not actually closed in any complete sense. There was a space between the frame and the door, a sliver of darkness that suggested the room beyond. I could smell it, faintly, not the smell of food, not any kind of organic decay, but something older and more abstract. The smell of waiting. The smell of a room that had learned to preserve itself through some means that had nothing to do with temperature or humidity or the normal passage of time. By evening, I had moved through a strange acceptance. Not peace. That was a word that no longer applied to anything in my experience. But a kind of settling, as if I had been poured into a shape and was finding the contours of that shape around me, discovering that it was not uncomfortable, that it was in fact perfectly designed for the specific configuration of a person who no longer expected comfort, or expected it in a form that no longer resembled what comfort had once meant. I made dinner for myself. Simple, ordinary things. Toast and cheese and an apple cut into quarters. I sat at the small table in the kitchen, not the dining room table, and I ate without tasting much of anything, and I did not think about the meal being prepared elsewhere by hands I could not see for someone who could not eat. That was not entirely true. Part of me was aware of it, the way you are aware of a room in your house that you do not enter, a room that continues its own existence without your participation. Part of me understood that there was a third week, and that in the third week something would change, and that I was approaching that change with a feeling that was not dread, because dread requires you to believe in the possibility of another outcome. When I tried to imagine another outcome, I could not quite manage it. After dark, I sat in the living room again, and I thought about the life I had had before, the job I had held, which now seemed to have belonged to someone else entirely, a person who existed in a world where jobs mattered, where the progression of days meant something, where there was still a self substantial enough to succeed or fail at things. I thought about the apartment I had lived in, which I had inherited when my family, here my thoughts would stop. They would encounter something smooth and immovable, like walking into a wall in darkness. I had a family. I could hold the shape of that fact in my mind. But the faces were gone. The names were gone. The reasons I had left them, or they had left me, or we had drifted into separate configurations, those were gone too, lost in the same way that yesterday loses its outline as you move further into tomorrow. I wondered if this was what it felt like for them, whoever they were, whatever happened to them, whether they too had sat in a house and felt their past becoming softer, less distinct, less urgent, whether they too had begun to understand that the present was the only thing with any real weight, and the present was the same everywhere, the same in all times, if you looked at it the right way. I slept that night without dreams, or with dreams so detailed and multidimensional that they felt like life, like memory, like something that had actually occurred. I woke with the sense that time had passed strangely, that it might have been one night or many nights, that there might have been days in between that I had forgotten, or that I had never lived through at all. The house was still there, still exactly as it had been. The coffee maker was where I had left it. My cup, unwashed, sat on the counter with a faint ring of dried coffee at the bottom. The living room furniture was arranged in its careful, deliberate way. The hallway stretched in both directions with its careful, deliberate darkness. I moved through these spaces with the feeling of being an extension of them rather than a visitor within them. The distinction between inside and outside had become blurred. The distinction between rooms and the person in them had become unclear. I was not sure anymore if the house contained me or if I was the one doing the containing. If my consciousness had somehow expanded to include these walls and floorboards and the slow decay of the garden outside, the peculiar geometry of the space that was never quite the same size from one room to the next. The dining room door remained open now, not wide, but open enough to see the edge of the table, the polished surface reflecting light that came from no clear source. I did not go in, not because I was afraid, but because I understood now that there was no need. The distance between being in the room and being aware of the room had become theoretical. Sometimes in the afternoon I heard the sound of a chair being drawn out from beneath the table. The sound of wood scraping against wood, slow and deliberate. I continued with whatever I was doing, reading a page I did not understand, watching the light move across a wall, breathing in the way that breathing happened. The sound would stop, the house would settle into its waiting silence, and I would know that something was happening in that other room, something that did not require my presence. Something that had never required my presence except as a kind of parallel arrangement, a matching configuration, a sense that yes, this is how it happens. I kept thinking about that photograph. The one I had found when I first arrived, the one I had convinced myself was proof of previous owners. I had lost it, or misplaced it, or it had been taken from my room while I was sleeping, or it had never really been there at all. But I could still see it in my memory. Faces arranged around a table, all of them slightly wrong in the way that photographs become wrong when you look at them too long. When you begin to question the relationship between what the image shows and what the image means. When you start to wonder if photographs are meant to document life, or to replace it, to stand in for it, to become it over time. I wondered if I was in that photograph. If, looking at it long enough, I would begin to recognize myself in one of those blurred, obscured faces. If I would see the exact moment at which I had stopped being a person and had become instead an arrangement, a presence, a kind of history that had learned to sit at a table and wait. The leaves outside were changing color. The house permitted this. The seasons were allowed their small transitions, their visible progressions. But inside, the air remained the same temperature. The light remained constant. The silence remained perfectly intact. I understood that this was not a silence created by the absence of sound. It was a silence that was itself a presence, that had substance and weight, that could hold a person the way the house held me, The way the table held the plates and glasses and the silverware that was polished every night by hands I never saw. One afternoon, or perhaps it was the same afternoon, repeated so many times that I had stopped noticing. I walked to the dining room and placed my hand on the table. The wood was warm, which surprised me, as if an object could surprise me any more. It was warm the way skin is warm, with a kind of internal heat, with the sense of something alive beneath the surface. I left my hand there for a moment. I felt the table breathe, felt the house breathe, felt something ancient and patient and thoroughly uninterested in my understanding breathe around me. Then I went back to the living room. I sat on the sofa. I waited. The third week had not yet come, or perhaps it was always coming, approaching with the slowness of something that had already happened, something that was only now being understood. Either way, there was no rush. Time was different here. Time was like the house itself, larger from the inside than from the outside, complicated in its geometry, inclined to trap you if you thought about it too hard. So I did not think about it. I simply sat and watched the light change in ways that had nothing to do with the sun, and I listened to the sounds of the house settling into itself. And I waited for the moment when the distinction between waiting and not waiting would collapse entirely, when the person waiting and the thing being waited for would become a single, quiet, unresolvable thing. And sometimes, in the evenings, I heard the faint sound of a place setting being arranged. Silver against china, a fork, a knife, a spoon, the careful arrangement of something for someone who would not need to use it, because the meal that never ended had already begun long before I arrived, and would continue long after I learned to stop believing in anything at all. Story 3. The hallway gets longer every time I walk it at night. The hallway is narrow, and at 2 a.m. it feels narrower. I count my steps from the bedroom door to the bathroom, a habit I've picked up since starting the night shift at the warehouse. 17 steps. I've counted it before, many times. The overhead bulb casts everything in a sallow yellow, and the shadows from the door frames cut dark lines across the floor like graph paper. I'm tired. The kind of tired where your eyes feel like they're made of sand, and your feet move on their own before your brain catches up. 17 steps, except tonight I count 19. I stop. The bathroom door looms ahead of me, looking exactly as it should, white paint peeling at the base, that loose brass knob that doesn't quite catch unless you turn it twice. The light from the bathroom spills out just enough to make my eyes water. I blink hard and listen to the house settling around me. Floorboards ticking as the temperature drops. Water moving somewhere in the pipes, though I haven't turned anything on. The radiator at the end of the hall doing that rhythmic metallic sigh it always does in the deep hours. 17 steps is the distance. I've counted it at noon, on a Saturday when the light came through the upstairs windows in thick geometric blocks. I've counted it on that first Tuesday after I moved in, when everything was still novel and the house still felt like something that could be learned. 17 steps every time. The hallway is 8 feet long. I measured that too, pacing it out with the length of my body stretched on the hardwood, head to toe. 8 feet. But 23 paces would be further than that. Longer, I stand there, just outside the bedroom door, one hand still gripping the frame. The air in the hallway is different from the bedroom air, cooler, drier, carrying a faint smell of old wood and something else that might be dust or might be time itself, settled into the walls. I've been renting this place for 3 weeks. It's a Victorian, the landlord told me, built in 1887 or 1889, he couldn't quite remember which. The kind of house where every floor slopes slightly, where nothing is quite square anymore, where the walls have absorbed a century's worth of living and dying and leaving. I turn and walk back into the bedroom. The overhead light in here is brighter, harsher. It's a bulb too powerful for the fixture, making the space feel exposed. My bed is unmade, sheets twisted from when I got up a few hours ago. The walls are papered in something faded and floral, magnolia patterns that might have been elegant once. In a decade, nobody alive anymore remembers. There's a window that looks out onto the street. Sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep before my shift, I sit on the bed and watch the occasional car pass, the way its headlights sweep across the ceiling and then leave again. I sit on the bed now, just for a moment, thinking about the counting. 17 steps, 19 steps. The difference between two numbers that shouldn't be different. I rub my face with both hands. The warehouse shift is brutal. 10 hours under fluorescent lights, moving boxes, checking inventory, moving more boxes. My supervisor is the type who believes in appearing at exactly the wrong moments. When you're leaning against a wall or drinking coffee, and then suddenly there's something that needs doing immediately. By the time I drive home, it's usually past 1 in the morning. I'm not sleeping well. I'm not eating well. The coffee I drank at midnight is probably still coursing through my blood, keeping me in that particular state of wakefulness that isn't really awake at all. Maybe I miscounted. The thing about being tired is that you become uncertain about things you thought you knew. You second-guess your own memories. Did I eat lunch? Or did I just think about eating lunch? Did I have that conversation with someone? Or did I plan to have it and then never did? The mind gets slippery. The hallway is 8 feet long, and a hallway that's 8 feet long should take somewhere between 15 and 20 steps to traverse, depending on stride. I have a long stride, I'm tall, and I walk quickly. 17 steps has never seemed unreasonable, but 19 steps felt different as I was counting them. It felt like something had changed. I stand up and walk back to the bedroom door. I position myself at the threshold, one hand on either side of the frame, and look out into the hallway. It looks exactly as it did an hour ago. The walls are the same dull beige, interrupted by the wallpaper in the center section. A pattern that might be meant to be elegant, but instead just looks tired. Faded stripes, maybe, or lines meant to be vines. The hardwood floor is dark and warped, with a few spots where you have to watch your step so you don't trip. The bathroom door is at the end, and between here and there is just space. Hallway space. Empty, ordinary hallway space. I count aloud this time to make sure I hear myself. 1, 2, my voice sounds strange in the corridor, deadened somehow, as though the walls are absorbing the sound before it can fully form. I keep walking. 3, 4, 5. The floorboards creak under my weight, uneven in their rhythm. Some of them are softer, more compressed by time and footsteps. Some of them are harder, newer wood patching old repairs. It creates a kind of accidental music as I walk, a syncopated creaking that follows my steps. 6, 7, 8. I'm halfway there now. The walls aren't quite parallel if I look carefully. There's a subtle curve, almost imperceptible, as though the hallway is bowing outward very slowly. Or maybe it's just the wallpaper pattern creating an optical illusion. The stripes, if they are stripes, seem to recede toward the bathroom in a way that might be perspective or might be something else. 9, 10, 11. The bathroom door is getting closer. I can see the detail of the brass doorknob now, the way it's turned slightly, the way the light from inside makes a thin gold line around the edges of the frame. I'm almost there. 12, 13, 14, but the door isn't getting proportionally closer. I should be able to see the details of the wood by now, the grain, the places where the paint has chipped away to show older paint underneath. Instead, the door still looks like it's at a distance, still looks like it's further away than 14 steps should place it. 15, 16, 17, I reach the bathroom door at 17 steps, my hand touching the cold brass of the knob. So 17 is right. 17 is always right. I press my forehead against the door frame for a moment and just breathe. The air coming from the bathroom is different. It smells like the metal drain, like soap residue from my shower hours ago, like the general staleness of a room without windows. I turn and look back down the hallway toward my bedroom. It looks very far away. The doorway is a dark rectangle against the beige walls, and the darkness inside it is absolute. I can't see the bed from here, can't see the window, just darkness and distance. The hallway looks much longer when I look at it from this angle, from the end of it looking back toward the beginning. It looks like it might take much more than 17 steps to traverse. I count the distance in my head, trying to estimate. The floorboards, the creases in the carpet runner that used to run down the middle of the floor, but is now mostly peeled up and folded against one wall. The curve of the walls that might not be a curve at all. The way the light from my bedroom overhead fixture doesn't quite reach back here, leaving the middle section in deep shadow. Maybe 20 steps, maybe more. I go into the bathroom and turn on the sink. The water comes out brown for a moment, then clear. The pipes in this house are old. Everything about this house is old. I splash water on my face and look at myself in the mirror. My eyes are red-rimmed. There's a day's worth of stubble on my jaw. I look like someone who's been awake for too long, which I have. 36 hours, minus the 4 hours of broken sleep I got yesterday afternoon. My shift starts again in 7 hours. I brush my teeth and stare at myself, not really seeing the face in the mirror, just seeing the shape of it, the approximate colors. The way exhaustion changes a person until they're almost unrecognizable. When I look away, I notice something. The bathroom door is open. I remember pulling it closed behind me, or I think I do. Memory is uncertain at this hour, but it's definitely open now, and through it I can see the hallway beyond. I can see the part of the hallway closest to the bathroom, the section where the light from inside here spills out into the dimmer corridor. The hardwood floor, the walls, the carpet runner rolled up against the base of the wall. And beyond that, the hallway continues into shadow, stretches toward the bedroom door, which is still a dark rectangle in the distance. I didn't notice until now, but there's a quality to the hallway that's off. Not dramatically wrong, nothing I could point to and say, that's where the hallway is broken or strange. It's more subtle than that. It's the way the walls seem to continue without quite meeting the door frames properly, the way the edge of the hallway wall doesn't quite align with the edge of the bedroom door. Like the hallway and the bedroom are on different planes, or the hallway has shifted slightly, just enough that nothing quite fits together anymore. I stand there, my hand on the bathroom door, looking out into the corridor. The house around me is quiet. This is the deepest hour, the time when even night sounds have stopped. No cars passing on the street outside, no television from the neighbor's apartment downstairs, no pipes running, no footsteps. Just the house and its silence, and me, standing at the threshold between the bathroom and the hallway, counting the distance I'm about to travel. 17 steps. That's what it should be. That's what it's always been. I step out into the hallway and begin to walk. The hallway accepts my first step, then my second. My bare feet find the hardwood, that familiar cool smoothness that belongs to this apartment, to this life I've built here alone. The light from the bathroom shrinks behind me with each step forward, my shadow stretching longer across the carpet runner, thinning as it reaches toward the bedroom door. Step 3. Step 4. The darkness ahead is the normal darkness of the apartment at this hour, the kind that comes from drawn curtains and city light filtered through buildings and distance. My eyes are adjusting. I can make out the edge of the wall, the corner where the hallway bends slightly toward the bedroom. The air is different here. It's something I notice only because I'm tired, and my senses are running raw. The air in the bathroom was warm from the shower I took 6 hours ago, warm and close. Out here it's cooler, carrying a faint staleness. The way air feels when it hasn't been moved or disturbed for a long time. Step 5. Step 6. My heart rate hasn't changed. There's nothing here that should change it. I'm walking through my own hallway, a hallway I've walked through 1,000 times in darkness and daylight and everything between. I know this space. The dimensions of it are written into my muscle memory from months of living here. But the distance feels longer. It's not something I can measure with certainty. It's not as if the hallway has visibly extended. There's no sudden gap where the wall should be, no section of space that's appeared from nowhere. It's more like the interval between steps has changed slightly, as though the floor is recalibrating itself with each movement I make. Step 7, step 8, 9. I count them now without meaning to, my mind doing the math without permission, comparing each step to the baseline of 17 that should carry me to the bedroom door. I'm past halfway. The door should be close enough to see clearly now, but it's not. It's still a dark rectangle in the distance, still unreachable, still maintaining that same approximate distance from my position. I stop walking. The hallway settles around me. There's a sound, thin and distant, that might be the building's infrastructure. Pipes, or the hum of refrigeration, or the electrical system running its invisible courses through the walls. Or it might be nothing. Silence can create its own phantom sounds if you listen long enough. I look back toward the bathroom. The light is still there, spilling out in that same careful rectangle, outlining the sharp edge where illumination gives way to shadow. It looks normal. It looks exactly as it should look. I could walk back into it in 4 steps, maybe 5. The bathroom is still behind me, unchanged, unproblematic. The bedroom is still ahead. I start walking again because standing still in the hallway at this hour, in this state of mind, is a worse option than continuing forward. At least forward has an end point. At least the bedroom door is something I'm moving toward, even if the math isn't making sense. Step 10. 11. The darkness is becoming less a presence and more a texture. My eyes have adjusted enough that I can see the grain in the walls, the subtle pattern of the paint, the way light from the street below filters through the smallest cracks around the window blinds in the bedroom ahead. The hallway is becoming visible in sections, mapped out in increments of detail. But the door still doesn't come closer. 12 steps. 13, my feet are cold now. The hardwood has cooled beneath them, or perhaps they've just grown numb from the repetitive contact. I'm aware of my breathing, the way it sounds in the confined space, how it seems to echo slightly, even though hallways don't really echo. It's a trick of proximity, the space between my ears and the nearby walls, creating an impression of sound bouncing back that probably isn't there. Probably the carpet runner under the wall, the rolled-up section I noticed from the bathroom, seems slightly different now. Or perhaps it's just my perspective changing as I move parallel to it. The angle that carpet presents to the eye is constantly shifting, the shadows across its folded surface moving with my position. It's texture, not threat. It's part of the apartment, part of the normal infrastructure of living in a space. 14 steps. The hallway is still quiet. The silence is complete enough that I begin to wonder if the rest of the building is still there. If the neighbors downstairs and to the sides still exist beyond these walls, still have their own lives running on their own schedules. The silence is absolute enough to suggest I'm alone in a way that goes beyond just solitude. Like the world has contracted to only this hallway, and my place within it. 15 steps. The bedroom door is still the same distance away. I'm certain of it now, certain enough that the certainty becomes a kind of cold weight in my chest, something different from the exhaustion that was there before. The hallway should be 17 steps. It's always been 17 steps. I've counted it 100 times, 1,000 times, never thinking about it before, because there's never been a reason to think about it. The distance is simply the distance. It's fixed, reliable, the kind of thing your body knows without your mind having to measure it. I stop again. This time, I don't look back. The bathroom is still there. I don't need to turn around to know it. The light would still be spilling out, still making that rectangle of false brightness in the darkness. But something about turning around, about confirming that the start of the journey is where it's supposed to be, feels like it might break something. It feels like if I verify that the bathroom light is still behind me, then the distance ahead becomes real in a way that I'm not ready for. The hallway around me is still. The carpet against the wall doesn't move. The walls don't shift. The air doesn't change temperature. Everything is holding itself in a perfect suspension, waiting for me to move again. 16 steps. My foot finds the hardwood, and I complete the step. The distance to the bedroom door has not changed. It remains exactly where it was 6 steps ago, 7 steps ago. The dark rectangle of the doorway is still imprecise, still just barely visible but not quite real in the way that things become real when you're close enough to see their details. I'm 2 steps away from where I should be at the bedroom door. I'm not at the bedroom door. I've walked this hallway for 6 months. I've walked it in daylight and darkness, drunk and sober, hurried and slow. I've never once counted the steps. I've never once felt the distance change. But I'm not at the door. I should be at the door. I've completed the distance that should complete the hallway, and the hallway is still here, still extending in front of me, still maintaining its impossible separation between where I am and where I need to be. 17 steps. I take the final step. My foot crosses the invisible threshold that should mark the entrance to the bedroom. The darkness ahead should break open into the bedroom, into the space where my bed is, where my things are, where the window with the closed blinds is supposed to be. Nothing changes. The hallway continues. It's gradual enough that I almost miss it, but it's there. The hallway doesn't end. The doorway doesn't materialize into a real entrance. The dark rectangle remains a rectangle, remains separated from me by what feels like an infinite distance disguised as 6 feet. And that's when I notice the walls. They're closer than they should be, or rather, they're in different positions than they were when I started walking. The left wall seems to have moved inward, just slightly, just enough that the hallway is now narrower than it was before. The right wall is still where it was, but the left side has contracted, pulling the space in, making the corridor tighter. I could still walk forward. I could still continue toward the door that won't arrive. But something in me knows that the hallway isn't finished changing. It's shifting around me in small increments, making adjustments that don't quite add up to anything visible until you step back and look at the whole picture. I put my hand on the wall beside me. The paint is cool and smooth, exactly as it should be. But there's a texture to it that wasn't there before, or that I didn't notice before. A kind of fine grain. Like the wall is slowly becoming something else, like the paint itself is changing at a molecular level, becoming less like paint and more like something that only resembles paint. The hallway is still quiet. The silence is still absolute. But now, in that silence, there's something else. Not a sound, exactly. More like the absence of sound has weight, has presence, has a quality to it that fills the space the way air should fill space. Something is in the hallway with me. I don't know this with my ears or my eyes. I don't know it with any of my senses in any conventional way. But the certainty is there, arriving fully formed, arriving the way knowledge arrives in dreams, complete and unquestionable. The hallway contains something beyond the walls and the carpet and the darkness. Something is here, has been here, is moving through the space in a way that the hallway itself seems to be accommodating. And it's still a 17-step hallway, I realize now. It's still 17 steps. It's just that I haven't finished taking them. I begin to walk backward. The decision isn't conscious. My body makes it before my mind fully registers the necessity. My heel touches the carpet behind me, and I'm moving in the direction I came, retracing the steps that should have taken me forward. The darkness ahead, the non-arrival of the bedroom door, recedes gradually, and I'm focused entirely on the space I know, the portion of hallway I've already crossed. Except it's not the same. The wall texture changes beneath my fingertips as I move. The fine grain I felt earlier has become something else entirely, not rough, but dense, as if the paint has begun to compress into itself. I pull my hand away and keep moving. The carpet beneath my feet feels thinner, or perhaps I'm becoming aware of the floor beneath it in a way I wasn't before. The structure underneath is there, something solid and old and insistent. 17 steps to reach the bedroom, 17 steps to reach the living room. The hallway has always been consistent in that way. That's what I've held on to during these past months, the mathematical certainty of it. I can navigate the dark because the distance never changes. The hallway has rules, even if those rules have begun to bend. But now I'm counting again without meaning to. I'm keeping track of my backward steps, measuring the distance between my current position and the opening to the living room, the place where the hallway begins, where the walls first narrow and separate from the rest of the house. 1 step backward. 2, 3, the darkness behind me isn't absolute. There's a quality to it that suggests the living room, a vagueness that might be the edge of the television or the outline of furniture. I focus on that vagueness. I use it as a destination point. 4, 5. The presence in the hallway shifts, not moves. Shifts, the weight of its attention rotates. like something enormous slowly turning its head to track the movement of something small. The silence takes on a texture. The air becomes dense in a way that's separate from the physical narrowing of the walls. I can feel it pressing in from the sides now, not from my skin, but from something deeper, something in the architecture of my own awareness. The presence knows I'm leaving. It doesn't want me to leave. I walk faster, still backward, still counting without wanting to count. The backward steps are different from forward steps. They're shorter because my stride is constrained by the need to see where I'm going, to keep that vague outline of the living room in my peripheral vision. They're uncertain in a way that forward steps aren't. 6, 7, my heel catches on something, not a snag in the carpet, something more specific than that, an object. Something small enough to be missed in forward motion but impossible to avoid when moving backward. My foot hooks it, and I stumble slightly, catching myself against the right wall. The wall is damp, not wet, but definitely damp, the way a basement wall is damp after rain, the way concrete weeps moisture in places where air doesn't circulate. I pull my palm back and hold it in front of my face, trying to see it in the darkness. I can make out the shape of my own hand, vaguely, the light that usually bleeds in from the living room, from the windows in the street facing walls, from the kitchen, from the glow of the alarm clock on the mantel. Isn't reaching this far back anymore. The hallway is darker than it should be. 8, 9. I stop counting and start moving with more intention. I know where the living room is. I've lived in this house long enough to navigate it blind if necessary. The exit is there. The hallway will end. The presence behind me might be following, might be accelerating, might be closing the distance between its position and mine, but the living room is still ahead. I can reach it. I can step out of this hallway and into the rest of the house, where there are lights I can turn on, where the presence might be contained to this one narrow space. The object I caught my heel on is behind me now. I consider what it might be. A book that fell from a shelf. A toy or a stone that somehow migrated indoors. Something that had already been displaced by whatever has been moving through here during the nights I've been walking. My hand is still damp from the wall. I wipe it on my pants and keep moving. The darkness deepens in front of me instead of lifting. The vague outline of the living room doesn't become clearer as I approach. Instead, it becomes less distinct, as if the division between the hallway and the room ahead is blurring, as if the boundaries of space are becoming uncertain. That's not possible. I know the geography of my own house. I know where the walls are, where the doorways are, where the light comes in. I've lived here for 6 months. I've walked this hallway 100 times, more than 100 times. And yet the convergence point, the place where the hallway definitively ends and the living room begins, is no longer appearing where it should. 10 steps backward. 11. My shoulder brushes the left wall, and I realize the narrowing that started when I was moving forward has continued even as I've moved back. The hallway is becoming tighter. The walls are converging from both sides, closing in with a slowness that's almost imperceptible until you're experiencing it directly. The space around me is condensing. The 17-step hallway is folding in on itself, and the presence is moved forward while I've moved backward. The gap between us has closed. Where there was distance before, there's now a proximity that's impossible to quantify. The silence has a voice to it now, not a sound, but a vocal quality. The sense of something breathing in a way that isn't exactly breathing. The impression of attention so concentrated it becomes a physical thing. I stop walking. There's no more point in counting or trying to reach the living room. The hallway won't let me reach it. The hallway has become something separate from the structure of the house. It's not part of the geography anymore. It's its own space now, its own pocket of reality. And I'm inside it with something that doesn't want me to leave. The thought arrives without surprise. I haven't been walking the same hallway all these months. The hallway has been walking me. Each night when I stepped into this space from the living room, each moment I began counting steps forward or backward. Each instance I believed I was testing the logic of distance and separation. I was being moved. The hallway was using the familiar geometry of my own home against me, using my knowledge of the space as a way to keep me oriented enough to stay inside it, to keep walking, to keep moving deeper into the territory it was claiming. This is what the narrowing walls mean. This is what the damp brick beneath the paint means. This is what the object on the floor means. The hallway is filling itself with something. It's becoming more dense, more real, more present with each night I return to it. 12 steps backward. 13, I start moving forward again. I don't know why. There's no logic to it. Moving forward is moving toward the presence, is moving deeper into the space that's closing around me, moving toward the bedroom that doesn't exist as a real destination, but moving backward has become an exercise in futility. The living room was never going to become clearer. The hallway won't permit exit. So I turn around, and I walk toward whatever is waiting at the end of this hallway, toward the darkness that has no boundary, toward the door that has become an aperture into something beyond the scope of what I understand about this house, or about the space inside it. The walls press in from both sides now. I can touch them both with my fingertips if I extend my arms. The right wall is still painted, still smooth, still cool to the touch. The left wall is becoming something else, something that feels like brick or stone or something older than either, something that predates the house itself, that was here before the walls were built around it, that has been waiting in this space for the hallway to become narrow enough to contain it fully. I stop trying to count. The steps have lost their meaning. The distance is no longer measurable in increments. I'm moving through the hallway the way someone moves through water, with resistance, with the sense of something surrounding me, with the knowledge that the medium itself is aware of my presence within it. The darkness ahead begins to lighten, not with normal light, but with a quality of luminescence that seems to come from the darkness itself. The space ahead is becoming visible in a way that makes seeing it actively worse than the blindness I've been moving through. The details that are becoming clear are details I don't want to understand. The doorway is there. The doorway has always been there, I realize now. It wasn't that the bedroom didn't exist as a destination. It was that the hallway couldn't reach it. The hallway couldn't bridge the distance. But the distance was never the issue. The hallway was never meant to cross to the other side. The hallway was meant to keep me moving forward into the space that exists between the living room and the bedroom. In the corridor that shouldn't have a depth this great. In this pocket of the house that has become something other than architecture. The doorway opens. The darkness beyond it is the same darkness I've been walking through. But it has weight now, has a body to it, has a presence that makes the hallway feel like a passage into something that was patient, that has been waiting, that has finally succeeded in closing enough distance between itself and me that arrival has become inevitable. I step through the threshold. The hallway closes behind me. I woke on the living room couch with no memory of walking back. The sun was coming through the front windows at an angle that suggested it was late afternoon. My phone said it was Tuesday. I'd lost Monday entirely, or Tuesday had arrived without Monday's permission. The house was silent in the way houses are silent when they're done with you for a while, when they've taken what they wanted and are willing to be ordinary again. My throat was dry. My clothes smelled like dust and something else, something that reminded me of basements I'd never been in, of places I'd only heard about secondhand. I changed them. I showered. I stood in the spray of hot water and tried to convince myself that the skin on my arms was just sensitive, just reactive, just normal. The red marks across my biceps, perfectly linear as if I'd brushed past something with textured edges, those could have come from anywhere. Rough fabric. A pulled thread on my sleeve caught in sleep. The mind invents explanations for what the body has already processed. By evening, I'd convinced myself enough to eat something. Pasta, coffee, ordinary things. The building blocks of a life that hasn't broken open into something else. I didn't go into the hallway that night. I told myself it was a choice, that I was asserting agency, that I would not return to that space. The hallway exists in the house. The house exists. But I had options. I could sleep on the couch. I could stay in the kitchen with the lights on. I could do what normal people do when they've had an experience too vivid to be called a nightmare. I could move past it. The hallway, though, was still there. I knew it the way you know something without confirming it, the way you know a room hasn't been cleaned without opening the door. The hallway was present in the architecture of the house. It was patient. It was waiting. It was still full of that dense, accumulating quality, still breathing with that presence that had learned to match the rhythm of my own breathing, still learning what it meant to be inhabited by something that moved through it night after night. Wednesday came and went. Thursday, I maintained the boundary between myself and that corridor with the effort of holding your breath while passing something in the water. The house permitted it. The hallway remained accessible but unused. A door I didn't open, a passage I didn't take. By Friday, I'd started to wonder if it had been real at all. This is the cruelest part of surviving something like that. The mind doesn't accept the impossible easily, so it starts to rewrite. The hallway becomes longer in memory, but perhaps that was always the case. The walls pressing in, maybe the house has always been narrow there. Maybe I was just panicked. Maybe panic distorts perception. The light that came from within the darkness itself. The way the threshold seemed to understand I was coming. The sensation of moving through something that was aware of me. These things become dreamlike in the daylight, become confused with the dream I supposedly had on the couch, become stories I told myself about stress and exhaustion and an old house's legitimate eccentricities. I almost believed it. And then Friday evening came, and I was standing in front of the hallway entrance, my hand on the light switch, and I knew. I knew the same way my body had known about the red marks on my arms before my mind had caught up. The hallway was calling to me with a frequency I could feel rather than hear. I didn't turn on the light. I walked into the darkness. The hallway was normal for the first few steps. Normal width, normal temperature, normal silence. I counted them anyway. 1, 2, 3. By the 7th step, I could feel it. That thickening of the air, that sense of something settling around me like a coat being draped across my shoulders. By the 10th step, the walls were narrowing. By the 15th, the left side was that not brick, not stone, that older material that predated the house and its careful human architecture. I walked for what felt like hours but was probably minutes. The darkness never became complete, but it never became bright either. It existed in that in-between space where seeing becomes almost worse than blindness. I didn't reach the doorway this time. At some point, and I cannot tell you when, because time moves differently in that hallway, I simply stopped. I stood in the corridor and felt the presence around me, pressing in from all sides, and I understood something. It wasn't trying to trap me. It wasn't trying to pull me deeper. It was #, the hallway gets longer every time I walk it at night. #additional atmospheric middle section. The hallway had a particular smell that only emerged after dark. Not unpleasant, worse than that. It was neutral, almost antiseptic, like the air itself had been drained of anything warm or living. I'd stand at the threshold of my bedroom on those nights when sleep wouldn't come, and I'd catch it immediately. That smell. The smell of a place that existed in a different temperature than the rest of the house. I began to notice how the walls seemed to absorb light differently once the sun went down. During the day, the cream-colored paint was just cream-colored paint. Flat, institutional, but at night, with only the table lamp casting its wedge of yellow across the floorboards, the walls took on a quality I can only describe as depth, as though they'd been painted on something thicker than drywall, something that had dimension, something that went back further than it should. The texture of those walls. I ran my hand along them one night. I shouldn't have, but I did, and they were cooler than the air around them. Not cold exactly. Cool in the way something is cool when no one has touched it in a very long time. The paint had a slight granular quality, almost gritty beneath my fingertips. And there were places where it felt almost furry, like the slightest accumulation of dust that had been undisturbed for years. I stopped touching them after that. The floor was oak, or had been once. Now it was darkened with age. The grain so pronounced it looked almost like scar tissue, like the wood itself was marked by something it remembered. The boards creaked in a specific sequence if you walk them a certain way. Creak at the third plank. Silence for the next 4. Then a longer creak, deeper in pitch, at the 8th. I learned this map of sound the way you learn the face of someone who watched you. Not because I wanted to, because I had to in order to move through that space. The hallway was lined with 7 framed photographs. I'd never paid much attention to them during the day. They were the kind of pictures that come with a frame, generic landscapes, nothing personal, a mountain range, a beach at sunrise, a forest path receding into mist, but at night they became something else, something more. I began to understand that the forest path photograph in particular was positioned at a specific point in the hallway, exactly at the place where I started to feel the temperature drop, the place where the air got thinner. I'd stop in front of that photograph sometimes, 3 a.m, standing there in my sleep shirt, my bare feet on those scarred boards. The mist in that painted forest was so convincing, so detailed, and the further it receded into the frame, the more it seemed to actually move, seemed to shift and swirl in a way that no still image should be capable of. I'd watch it for minutes at a time, my breath shallow, my awareness of my own body narrowing down to a single point of attention. Sometimes I thought I could see a shape in that mist, a suggestion of something moving through those distant trees. But it was never quite there when I looked directly at it. The baseboards were trim with a delicate molding, ornate in a way that the rest of the house wasn't. Someone at some point had cared about this hallway, had considered it important enough to install this carefully detailed woodwork. Now, it was cracked in places, and in those cracks I could see the faint gray of dust that probably contained decades. I thought about all the time that had accumulated there, all the years pressing down into those narrow gaps, all the nights. The ceiling was high, higher than it had any right to be in a house of this vintage. When I looked up at it, which I tried not to do, it seemed to absorb the light from my lamp almost entirely. I could make out the faint geometry of crown molding, another detail that spoke to someone's care, someone's intention. But mostly the ceiling was shadow, blank shadow that extended upward beyond what my eyes could process. Sometimes I wondered if it was actually a ceiling at all, or if the hallway simply opened upward into nothing. My footsteps sounded different depending on where I was walking. At the beginning of the hallway, near my bedroom door, they were sharp and clear, the sound of wood being struck with intent. But as I moved deeper, they seemed to become muffled somehow, absorbed not by the floor itself, but by the air, as though the air itself had thickness and texture and could carry sound only so far before releasing it into nothing. By the time I reached the far end near the bathroom door, my footsteps were almost silent. I could watch my feet striking the boards and hear almost nothing. The darkness at the far end of the hallway was not simple darkness. It was layered, structured, like sheets of shadow stacked one on top of another. The table lamp from my room could reach perhaps halfway down the length. Beyond that was a band of twilight, where the darkness became visible without being illuminated. And beyond that was the other darkness, the kind you couldn't see into, the kind that seemed to have volume and weight. I began to understand the hallway's architecture in more subtle ways. There were optical tricks built into it, I thought, or perhaps I was simply noticing them for the first time. The walls didn't appear to be perfectly parallel. They seemed to lean inward, very slightly toward the far end, or perhaps they were leaning outward. The perspective would shift depending on where I was standing. I'd measure with my eyes, trying to determine if this was real or imagined, and I could never reach a conclusion. The hallway was not quite rectangular. It was something close to rectangular, but with a geometry that my mind couldn't quite hold in focus. The air itself seemed to move on those nights. Not ventilation. There were no windows or obvious sources of air movement, but the air flowed, gently, like slow water. It moved from the far end toward my bedroom, a current so subtle I mostly felt it as a cooling sensation on my face rather than as actual wind. And it carried that smell with it, that neutral, drained smell. The smell of a space that had been sealed away from the world, then reopened. I became aware of the silence in a way that I'd never been aware of silence before. It was a presence itself, thick, textured, almost audible. If silence could have a sound, it would be what I heard in that hallway. A kind of low-frequency vibration that I felt in my bones more than in my ears. It was the silence of a place that had forgotten how to contain normal sounds, a place where noise went to be absorbed and never returned. The temperature gradient became more pronounced the deeper I moved into the space. My bedroom was warm. I kept the radiator on. But with each step I took away from that door, the air dropped in temperature by degrees I could measure. By the time I reached the midpoint, my breath was visible. By the time I reached 3/4 of the way down, my hands had gone numb. This was always when I'd turn back. When I could no longer feel my fingertips, I'd retreat to the threshold of my room and stand there, breathing in the warmth, trying to reorient myself to the world that still contained heat. But before I'd turn back, I'd sometimes pause and listen. Listen to what the hallway was doing when I was quiet inside it. And I'd hear things, not sounds exactly, more like the suggestion of sound, a rustling at the very edge of perception, the soft percussion of something settling, the brief creak of a board adjusting to temperature. All of these sounds seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. They seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the floor, from that impenetrable darkness at the far end. The hallway was making itself known to me in increments, in small revelations that only appeared when I was standing in it, alone, in the hours when the house was most itself. And I was beginning to understand that the hallway was not the same hallway I had walked during the day. At night, it became a different place, a place with its own logic, a place where distance was not a fixed quantity. Imply there, had always been there, had been learning the shape of me each night I returned, the way I learned its texture and its temperature and the quality of the silence it created. We were becoming familiar with each other. After that understanding settled, I walked backward. The hallway contracted. The living room appeared. The front door was where it always was. I stepped into the ordinary world with that red mark sensation in my arms again, that feeling of having brushed past something, that sense of being changed in a way that wouldn't show up in a photograph. It's been 3 weeks now. I live in the house, and the hallway exists in it, and we've reached an equilibrium of sorts. I go through it when I need to move between rooms. The lights work normally. The walls maintain their ordinary dimensions during the day. No one would notice anything wrong. If you came to visit, you wouldn't see the marks I see. The way the paint is slightly different on the right wall, not quite matching what it was before. You wouldn't hear what I hear. The quality of the silence that's different on Tuesday nights, that has a shape to it. That suggests the presence is more present on certain days. You wouldn't notice the way the hallway is still getting longer, one infinitesimal increment at a time. I've stopped trying to measure it. The steps don't matter anymore. What matters is that each night when I walk it, I go a little further before I feel the presence become complete enough that I need to turn back. What matters is that I'm learning its language, the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the way the darkness can be gentle or insistent, the way the old material of the left wall has a warmth to it that the painted right wall doesn't. What matters is that I'm no longer afraid of it. Fear would require not understanding. And I'm beginning to understand. Last night, I stood in the hallway for a long time without moving. Just stood there, my hand against the left wall, feeling its texture shift under my palm. Smooth in some places, rough in others, ancient and patient and neither hostile nor welcoming, simply present. The presence moved around me in response. I could feel it noticing my attention, could feel it settle closer, could sense the moment it learned something new about me from the way my body relaxed into the darkness. When I finally walked back to the living room, I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in the darkness there, too, and waited for morning. The hallway is longer now. I can feel it in the structure of the house itself, the way the walls have shifted just slightly to accommodate that extra depth, that extra space. The bedroom door is further away than it used to be, and I know now that I'm not meant to reach it. The hallway isn't a passage. It's a space. It's a room unto itself, one that exists in the folds of the architecture, and I'm becoming its inhabitant in a way I don't yet fully understand. But I'm learning. Every night, I'm learning. Story 4. My footsteps echo before I take the next step. The hardwood floor beneath my feet creaks in a particular way when I step down too hard. A high, protesting sound that echoes up the narrow Victorian hallway and bounces back from the plaster walls. I've learned this sound the way you learn the voice of someone you see every day. 3 months into living here, I know exactly which boards will betray me. It was late October when I first heard the footstep that wasn't mine. I was carrying boxes that evening, moving things into the bedroom at the far end of the second-floor hallway. The house had been my great-aunt's, left to me along with its creaking bones and its overwhelming accumulation of 30 years' worth of things she couldn't bear to throw away. The hallway stretched before me like something alive, narrow, high ceilings, with a single overhead fixture that cast everything in a light that was somehow both too bright and too dim. The kind of light that makes you feel watched. I just reached the midpoint of the hallway, right where a small side table sat holding a lamp with a fringed shade, when I heard it. A footstep. Not my footstep. Not the particular creak of the board I was standing on. This was ahead of me, further down the hallway, maybe 15 feet forward in the direction of the bedroom. A single distinct step, the hard heel of a shoe against old wood. Clear as anything. I stopped moving. My hands were full with a box of books, heavy, awkward, and I was wearing my own shoes, the sensible leather ones with the slightly worn left heel. The house was silent around me. Even the October wind outside had stopped its rattling against the windows. I waited. Nothing else came. No other footstep, just that one, hanging in the quiet like a question I didn't know how to ask. It occurred to me, standing there in that hallway with its water-stained ceiling and its faint smell of old wood and older dust, that I might have imagined it. That's what I told myself. The house was full of sounds I was still learning. Settling sounds. The particular language of an old structure adjusting to temperature changes and the weight of someone new living inside it. Pipes that knocked. Wood that shifted. The normal vocabulary of old houses, the ones that have stood too long and developed their own way of speaking. I started walking again, moving toward the bedroom. My footsteps echoed, both of them this time, the clear rhythm of my own movement against the boards. Step, 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 the sound bounced off the hallway walls and came back to me, slightly delayed, like my own footsteps were following me at a distance. I didn't hear the other one again that night, but I heard it the next night, and the night after that. The third time I heard it, I was more careful about paying attention. I was walking from the kitchen to the bedroom again. The hallway was becoming my most frequent route through the house, and I was walking at my normal pace, the pace that felt natural to my body. Not hurrying, not dawdling, just the ordinary rhythm of someone moving through their own home. The hallway was dark except for that single overhead light, which cast long shadows from the furniture that lined the walls. This time I heard the footstep, and I stopped immediately. I wanted to know if it would come again. It did, right away. as if whatever made that first sound had kept walking while I'd stopped moving, as if my stopping didn't matter to it at all. My heart did something complicated in my chest, a flutter, an acceleration. That's when the reasonable part of my mind, the part that analyzes things, that reads books and trusts logic, began to fracture slightly. Because I understood in that moment something that didn't fit into the reasonable world. I understood that the footstep had come from ahead of me, in the direction I was walking. And I understood that it hadn't come before I moved. It had come while I was moving. During, no, not during, ahead, this is difficult to explain even now. The footstep didn't come after mine. It came as if someone was predicting where my feet would go and had already been there, as if my footsteps were answering an echo that had come first. I told myself I was confused, that the acoustics in the hallway were strange and I was mishearing things, that old houses carry sound in unpredictable ways and my brain was trying to make patterns out of randomness. I am a person who likes logic, who likes things to fit into boxes with clear labels. I moved to this house with the intention of cataloging it, of understanding its systems, its fixtures, its particular ways of being. I told myself I would make sense of it, but it was harder to make sense of things when I started listening carefully, when I started testing it. The next evening I walked the hallway in different shoes, heavier ones, with soles that made a more distinct sound. The echo changed in quality, became deeper, but the pattern remained. Footstep ahead, my footstep following, always in that order. I did it again in socks, padding quietly down the hardwood. The phantom footstep came anyway, a softer sound now but distinct, preceding mine by exactly the time it would take for sound to travel the 15 feet of hallway and bounce back. Except I knew better. I knew my own ears. I became obsessive about it over the next 2 weeks. I walked the hallway at different times of day. Morning light, afternoon light, deep evening when the house felt most empty. I walked quickly, slowly, heel first, toe first. I counted the steps, tried to measure the distance between when I heard the sound and when I made the movement that should have caused it. I told no one. I barely acknowledged it to myself. Instead, I treated it like a problem to be solved, a pattern to be mapped, the way I've treated most unsettling things in my life. On a Thursday night in late October, I tried something different. I walked down the hallway backward. This is harder than you might think, harder to move through a space you haven't yet trained your body to understand in that direction. The hallway extends from the kitchen area toward the bedroom, and I positioned myself at the kitchen end, then turned around and began to walk backward, away from the bedroom, toward the far end of the hallway, toward the closed door that marked the end of the hall, the one that had been sealed or jammed for as long as I'd lived in the house. I walked backward slowly, my hands out slightly for balance, watching the shadows shift across the walls around me. And I heard it. The footstep. Clear, definite ahead of me now in the direction I was moving, which meant it was behind me in absolute space. It came just before I expected it, just before my backward-moving feet were about to land in the spot from which the sound seemed to emanate. I stopped. The silence that followed was complete. I stood in the middle of that hallway, breathing, my body suddenly cold despite the warm house around me. I understand that what I experienced doesn't have a simple explanation. I understand that skepticism is warranted. I understand that a person alone in an old house at night, with stress and expectation and the particular vulnerability that comes from recent change, might convince themselves of many things. But what I felt in that moment, standing in my own hallway in my own inherited house, was not confusion. It was recognition. There was something walking in this hallway, and it had been walking here long before I arrived, long before anyone else perhaps, and it walked by its own rhythm, to its own pattern, a pattern I had begun to disturb simply by moving through the space where it moved, a pattern I could not keep up with, could not predict, could not understand. The footsteps, I realized, were not echoing. They were announcing. The next morning I woke to the sound of my own alarm and found myself strangely grateful for it. The ordinary mechanical chirp of my phone felt like an anchor to something solid. The hallway felt different in daylight, narrower somehow, though that was likely just the quality of the shadows being replaced by pale October sun. I lay in bed for a long time, trying to reconstruct what had happened with the kind of rational scrutiny I usually applied to my days. A footstep, a sound in an old house where sound behaves differently. The wood settles. The pipes respond to temperature changes. I had been awake late, stressed about the move, about the inheritance itself, about the weight of suddenly owning something my family had maintained for generations but never truly lived in. This all made sense. It should have made sense, but I kept returning to that moment of recognition, the certainty that something had acknowledged my presence. I didn't walk backward again that day. I told myself this was caution, not fear. Instead, I spent the morning doing what I'd been meaning to do since arriving, exploring the house more thoroughly. The inherited home deserved that attention. It was a 1940s colonial set back from a quiet road, 3 stories of accumulated time. My family had purchased it decades before I was born, had meant to do renovations, had instead let it become the kind of place where such things are always planned but never enacted. I had the deed now, the responsibility. The house felt like it was waiting to see what I would do with it. The attic was my focus that morning. I climbed the narrow stairs, pulled down the folding ladder from the ceiling of the 3rd-floor hallway, and emerged into the dim triangular space that smelled of old insulation and something else, something faintly mineral, like old stone or stored fabric left too long in darkness. The attic ran the full length of the house. There were boxes, of course, stacks of them, organized by various relatives over the years into categories that made sense to them, if not to me. I found holiday decorations labeled in my grandmother's handwriting. I found old tax documents and warranties for appliances that no longer existed. I found a suitcase full of old photographs, people I recognized from stories, people I didn't recognize at all. And I found, in the far corner where the eaves descended almost to the floor, a box that wasn't labeled at all. It was older than the others, the cardboard a darker shade of tan, the corners soft with age. When I opened it, it released a smell that was immediate and specific. Old paper, dust, and something underneath. Something that made me pause. Tobacco, maybe, or the ghost of it. The box contained correspondence, letters, dozens of them tied together with string that had gone brittle with time. The envelopes were addressed in careful, old-fashioned handwriting to someone named Morgan at this address. The earliest one I could find was dated 1952. The latest was 1959. I didn't read 'em then. Something about opening another person's mail, even mail 70 years old, felt like a crossing of a line I wasn't ready to cross. Instead, I carefully placed the box back where I'd found it and made a mental note to ask my mother about Morgan, someone who had lived in this house, someone who had received letters, someone whose memory was preserved in cardboard and dust. When I descended the ladder, I pulled it shut carefully behind me, and the motion caused something to shift above me, a sound like weight being redistributed in the space just beyond the attic door. I paused, listening, nothing else. But the sound had been real, present, the house settling, the house moving, the way old houses do. That night, I heard the footsteps again. This time, I was awake. I was lying in the dark of the bedroom, my bedroom now, though I still felt like a visitor when I heard them in the hallway. They were slower this time, more deliberate, one foot, then the other. The rhythm was human, but there was something wrong with it, something that made my chest tight. The footsteps seemed to move from one end of the hallway to the other, and then they stopped, directly outside my door. I held my breath. The silence stretched. And then, very clearly, I heard the sound of someone breathing on the other side of the door. Long, steady breaths, in and out, in and out. Not panicked, not urgent, just breathing. I should have gotten up. I should have opened the door. I should have flooded the hallway with light and proven to myself that there was nothing there but air and floorboards. But I didn't. I lay in the dark with my eyes open, and I listened, and somewhere in the architecture of my own fear, I recognized that acknowledgement again. The sense of being noticed, of being part of a rhythm that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with the space I now occupied. The breathing stopped. The footsteps resumed, moving away down the hallway toward the sealed door at the far end. And then there was only the ordinary silence of an old house at night. I called my mother the next morning. "Morgan," she said when I asked about the name. "Oh, that might have been Father's cousin." Morgan lived in that house for a very long time. Decades. They never married, never had children that anyone knew of. Very private. I think they might have inherited it before your grandfather did, or perhaps they lived there while your grandfather was alive. It's been so long. Why do you ask? Just finding things, I said, which was true, getting to know the history of the place. There was a pause on the line. I could hear her breathing, and it was strange how immediately I noticed it, how aware I became of someone breathing at a distance. "The house takes some getting used to," she said finally. "Your grandmother said it had particular qualities. She said it had its own way of doing things. I never lived there long enough to understand what she meant. I didn't ask her to elaborate. I wasn't ready for explanations yet. The peculiarities began to accumulate after that. Small things, the kind of things that in isolation mean nothing. But in sequence, in constellation, they began to form a pattern that I couldn't quite dismiss. The kitchen faucet would be turned on when I hadn't turned it on. Not running, just turned on slightly, so that when I touched it, the handles were still warm. The temperature in the hallway would fluctuate without reason. One moment cold enough to see my breath, the next moment comfortable again. I found the front door unlocked twice, though I knew I'd locked it. I never found it open, just unlocked, as if someone wanted me to know it could be opened. The more unsettling discovery came during the second week. I was cleaning, opening windows to air out rooms that had been closed for too long, when I noticed something in one of the bedrooms on the second floor, a room I hadn't spent much time in. The bed was made, but the indentation in the pillow was deep. Fresh, as if someone had been lying there recently, had pressed their head into the pillow hard enough to leave a mark. The impression was still visible when I pressed my own head against it. Someone had lain on that bed. Someone had rested there. And it hadn't been me. I should have been frightened. Maybe I was, in some distant way. But what I felt more acutely was that same sense of recognition. The awareness that the house was not empty. That it had never been empty. That what I was experiencing was not an intrusion on my space, but rather an introduction to the established rhythms of a place that had its own residents, its own patterns, its own persistent history. The third week arrived with the first real cold of fall. I lit the fireplace for warmth, and when I did, something emerged from the chimney with the smoke. Not ash, but something else. A scent. Cigarette smoke, old and stale, the kind of smell that clings to fabric and air itself. It was strong enough to make me cough, and as I opened windows to clear it, I thought about the box in the attic, about Morgan, who had lived here for decades, about the weight of a life spent in one place, in one house, in one set of rooms, about how some people, when they leave a place or never leave at all, leave more than just memories. That night, I stood in the hallway during daylight. I stood in the middle of that long passage between kitchen and bedroom, between the sealed door and the open spaces, and I waited. The afternoon sun was beginning to angle lower through the windows, and the shadows were just starting to lengthen. I was not backward. I was not moving. I was simply standing, breathing, present in the space the way the house seemed to be present. And then I heard it again. The footstep. Behind me, from the direction of the sealed door. Just one. Just a single announcement that I was not alone in this hallway. That whatever walked here, whatever had always walked here, was aware that I was listening. I didn't turn around. I stood very still, and I waited for the footsteps to continue. They didn't. Instead, there was a long moment of silence, and then the sound of something being dragged across the floor, a soft, laborious sound, like fingertips or fabric trailing across old wood. It came from behind me, from the direction of the sealed door, and it moved slowly toward me. And I understood in that moment that this was not a haunting in any traditional sense. This was an introduction. The house was introducing me to what had always lived here, to what I was beginning to suspect had never left. I forced myself to move, not away from the sound, but forward, deeper into the hallway. My rational mind offered explanations. Old wood settling, drafts moving objects, the house adjusting to the weight of autumn, but those explanations felt like holding tissue paper against a window. They blocked nothing. They explained nothing. The dragging sound stopped. The silence that followed was different from before. It was not empty. It was occupied. The hallway held its breath the way a person does before speaking something difficult. I reached the kitchen and sat at the table where I'd been taking most of my meals. The house settled around me. Outside, the trees were beginning their slow release of leaves, and the light was taking on that particular amber quality that comes in late October when the sun moves lower and the days compress themselves. I'd been here for nearly a month now, a month of small accumulations, a month of details that individually could be rationalized, but together formed a pattern I could no longer ignore. I pulled out the box from the attic. I'd left it in the bedroom, still packed with those careful photographs, those mementos of a life. This time I looked at every image. Morgan in the 1960s, younger than I'd expected, standing in front of the house with another figure beside them, someone whose face had been scratched away. Not accidentally. Deliberately, the scratching was violent, purposeful, the kind of damage that required intent and pressure. There were no other photographs of that person. There were photographs of the house through decades, photographs of the seasons changing, photographs of what appeared to be the same rooms I was living in now, empty and vast and full of nothing but light. And there were photographs with dates on the back, written in careful handwriting, dates spanning 63 years. 63 years in one house. I set the photographs aside and found something I'd missed before. A journal, leather-bound, its pages yellowed and fragile. The handwriting inside was the same as on the photograph backs. Morgan's writing. I opened it to a random page, somewhere in the middle of the book. July 14th, 1989, the morning was so quiet I could hear my own breathing. Stood in the hallway for an hour. Just listening. Sometimes I think the house breathes too. Sometimes I think we've synchronized our breathing, the house and I. And that's why I can't leave. That's why nothing of me leaves. I tried to open the sealed door again today. My hands wouldn't move. The house wouldn't allow it. My skin tightened across my shoulders. I flipped to another page. March 3rd, 1994. Saw myself in the hallway mirror today. Couldn't recognize my own face. It moved wrong. Showed teeth I don't remember having. The mirror kept my image for too long after I'd walked away. I watched it fade slowly into the darkness of the glass. I think the house is keeping pieces of me. I think that's how it stays so full. That's why nothing of me has ever left. I closed the journal and set it down carefully, as if rough handling might disturb something that was already deeply disturbed. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, knowing that the electricity would hold through the darkness, knowing that light itself was a kind of barrier. The journal entries I'd read were cycling through my mind, each one a stone thrown into still water, each one creating ripples of implication that spread outward and wouldn't settle. At 3:47 in the morning, I checked the clock on the wall when it happened. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Not mine. These were different. These were heavier, more deliberate, the kind of footsteps that belonged to someone who knew the path, who had walked these stairs thousands of times. They came down slowly, the sound of each step distinct and separate, not hurried. The footsteps moved from the landing into the hallway that led past the living room. I didn't turn to look. I sat facing the cold fireplace, my hands gripping the armrests of the chair, and I listened as something passed behind me. The sound of breathing came with it, labored, steady, the breathing of someone in pain or strain. The footsteps continued into the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator door open. I heard it close. I heard the sound of something being set on the counter. And then I heard footsteps ascending the stairs again, moving upward toward the bedrooms, toward the room where the pillow still held an indentation. I got up and walked to the kitchen. On the counter, still cold to the touch, was a glass of water, fresh water, recently poured, and beside it, a note written in that same careful handwriting, "You're listening now. That's good. The house needs witnesses. The house needs someone to know that I was here, that I'm still here." I left the note where it was. I didn't touch the water. I went back to the living room and sat in the chair, and waited for dawn with the kind of patience that comes from understanding that waiting is now my primary function. The next day was unremarkable on its surface. I moved through the house in a state of functional dread. I ate. I opened windows. I tried to read and found that my eyes could no longer focus on words. The house around me felt different now, not hostile, but expectant, like a conversation that has moved into its crucial phase, where both parties are finally being honest. It was in the afternoon, around 2:00, when I decided to open the sealed door. I don't remember making a conscious decision. It seemed to occur to me already decided, the way you sometimes arrive at a destination without remembering the drive. I walked to the hallway and stood before the sealed frame, and I put my hands on the wood and I pushed. The door didn't move. I pushed harder. My hand slipped on the painted surface. I tried again, throwing my shoulder against it, and still it didn't give. The seal wasn't just physical, it was something else, something absolute. But I could feel it resisting my pressure, and in that resistance, I could feel something else. I could feel her on the other side, not pushing back, but present, occupying that space. making herself known through the density of the sealed frame, the permanence of the barrier. The door wasn't locked to keep me out. It was sealed to keep her in, or perhaps to keep what she'd become in there. I stepped back, my chest heaving, my hands pressed against my thighs. That night, the journal was different. When I picked it up from where I'd left it, there were new pages. Fresh pages, the handwriting still wet enough that I could smell the ink. Pages written in the time since I'd last held the book. You're beginning to understand now. The house doesn't haunt people. The house keeps people. It collects them slowly, in pieces. It takes a lifetime to fill a room properly. It takes decades to become part of the walls. You have so much time ahead of you, so much time to settle in. The house is patient. The house has been very patient with me. I threw the journal across the room. It landed on the floor with the sound of something final, something breaking. Then I went to the window and looked out at the autumn night. The trees were nearly bare now. The season was turning toward something colder, something where things went dormant and quiet and never emerged again. In the window's reflection, I could see my own face. For just a moment, so brief I almost missed it, I saw another face behind mine. A face that looked like the photograph in the attic, the one where the other figure had been scratched away. A face that seemed to be smiling. I turned around, but there was nothing there. Just the room behind me, empty and vast and full of the kind of silence that only an old house knows. I'm still here. I don't know how long I've been here. The calendar stopped having meaning after the third month. The seasons continue to turn. I can feel the house around me, can feel it in the walls and the floorboards and the spaces between the studs. I understand now what Morgan meant. The house doesn't let you leave, or perhaps, and this is what frightens me most, perhaps you don't want to. Last night I put my hand on the sealed door again. For just a moment I felt warm breath behind it, and I felt something else. I felt her hand pressing against the wood from the other side, reaching toward me. I pressed my hand against the exact spot, and we stood like that, separated by painted wood and decades, each of us on our own side of the threshold. The house held us both. The house has room for anyone. The house will always make room. And in the stillness of that moment, I understood that I was no longer wondering when this would end. I was wondering when the next person would arrive. The seasons have their rhythms, and so do I now. It took me weeks to understand that the house had become a living thing around me. Not malevolent in the way I'd feared, but consuming in a way far quieter and more absolute. The terror eventually softens into something else when you live with it long enough. Acceptance isn't the right word. Accommodation is closer. The way your body learns to live with chronic pain, not healing, not improving. Simply adjusting until the baseline of your existence shifts so far that you forget what comfortable ever felt like. By winter, I had stopped trying to leave. There was no singular moment of surrender. It happened in increments so small they were barely measurable. I stopped marking days on the calendar. I stopped checking my phone. The battery had died months ago, and I didn't charge it. I stopped calling people. The landline had stopped working in October, and when I picked up the receiver, there was only the sound of wind moving through wires, or something that sounded like wind. I stopped opening the curtains. The light from outside seemed wrong somehow, like it was shining from a place that had moved away from me rather than toward me. Instead, I began to settle. I arranged the living room differently. I moved the furniture to face the hallway, where I could see the sealed door from the armchair. It became my place, that one chair where the afternoon light fell in a particular way. I kept the journal there, beside me. I read it often, though I still hadn't written anything in it myself. The handwriting that appeared in those pages remained hers, or what remained of her. I'd stopped trying to understand the mechanics of it. The house provided what was necessary to understand itself. The kitchen still functioned. There was food in the pantry, canned goods mostly, things that lasted. I ate without hunger, more out of habit than necessity. The water still ran from the taps, though it came out cold and smelled vaguely mineral, like it was being pulled from somewhere very deep. I didn't question it. The house provided. That was becoming clearer with each passing week. Visitors began arriving in December. I heard the car first, the crunch of gravel in the driveway that I hadn't heard in months. For a moment, something in me that had been sleeping woke up. Something that remembered the outside world, remembered that there were still people moving through it, people who didn't know what this house was, what it contained, what it wanted. I watched from the window as a car pulled to a stop. A person got out, young, maybe early 30s, carrying a leather satchel. They walked to the front door with that particular kind of determination people have when they're about to do something they've been putting off. A realtor, I realized. This must be how the house keeps itself fed. Someone had finally reported me missing. Someone had finally filed papers, started procedures. The estate had to be managed, the property inventoried. Decisions made about what happened next. I didn't answer the door when they knocked. I sat very still in the living room, my hand on the journal, and listened to them move through the house. Their footsteps echoed differently than mine had. They bounced off the walls with less permanence, as though they hadn't yet taken root in the floorboards. They looked at the sealed door. I heard the sound of a hand on the frame, heard them testing it, heard the small sound of confusion when it wouldn't yield. I heard them typing notes into their phone. I heard them deciding things. When they left, the house felt different, lighter, but also more aware, like something in it had tasted a new possibility and found it promising. Over the following weeks, there were others. Some came officially, people with titles and clipboards and the weight of the outside world on their shoulders. Some came unofficially, driven by curiosity or rumors or the simple human need to witness something strange. An inspector who spent 3 hours documenting everything. His footsteps becoming more and more uncertain as he moved deeper into the house. A journalist or someone claiming to be one who asked questions I didn't answer through a locked door. A woman who looked at the house with a kind of hunger in her eyes. And I understood immediately what she wanted, why she'd really come. The house called to certain people, I was beginning to see that I hadn't been chosen randomly. There was a type the house preferred. I never revealed myself to any of them. I simply let them move through the rooms. Let them feel what I'd felt. Let them begin to understand what they were standing inside. Some of them would come back. The house knew which ones. The house was already waiting for them. By early spring, I had stopped thinking of this place as a house I lived in. It had become something more like an organism I was living with. The distinction was important. I hadn't been consumed by this place. We had become symbiotic. My presence fed it. My resignation fed it. My acceptance of the sealed door and the smiling face in mirrors and the journal that wrote itself had all become a kind of nourishment the house could convert into something more substantial. The sealed door never opened. But I no longer pressed my hand against it. That phase had passed. Instead, I began to understand the sounds of the house more fully. There were the sounds of settling, the creaks and groans that are the language of old buildings speaking to themselves. But there were other sounds beneath them. Movements in the walls that had rhythm to them, had intention. Breathing, perhaps, the sound of someone moving through rooms on a different plane of the house, in spaces that existed adjacent to the ones I inhabited. I would hear footsteps in the upstairs hallway when I knew every room above me was empty. I would hear doors opening and closing, soft, careful sounds, as though someone was being considerate of my presence, not wanting to startle me. These sounds no longer frightened me. They had become companionable in their way. The photograph from the attic appeared on the mantelpiece one morning. I had never brought it down, had never moved it from where I'd found it. But there it was, in a frame that seemed to have been polished, the scratches where the other figure had been removed now worn smooth with age. In the image, I could see her more clearly now, Morgan, or what Morgan had become, and I could see the space where the other figure had been. That space seemed less empty now. If I looked at it from certain angles and certain light, I could almost see the outline of another form beginning to fill it in. It occurred to me that I should be documenting this more thoroughly, that someone should know what was happening here. But who would I tell, and what would I say? The evidence would only draw more people here, and the house was not hungry for evidence. It was hungry for something far more permanent. Spring turned to early summer. The garden, which had been dormant when I first arrived, had come back to life with a kind of aggressive enthusiasm. Plants grew in patterns that didn't quite match the original layout. Flowers bloomed in colors that seemed almost wrong, too deep, too saturated. Colors that existed on the edge of what the eye wanted to register. I would find petals on the hallway floor, despite never opening that particular door. The house was producing things, growing things, maintaining things. It was becoming more itself with each passing season. I began to notice changes in myself, too. Not physical changes. I still ate, still moved, still functioned in the basic ways a person needs to. But something had shifted in how I experienced time. Weeks would pass in what felt like hours. I would lose entire days to states that weren't quite sleep, Sitting in my chair by the hallway, the journal on my lap, feeling the presence of the house settling more deeply into my consciousness. In those states, I would sometimes see things. Not hallucinations, I was careful to maintain that distinction. These were something else. Brief flashes of other times inhabiting the same space. A woman in different clothing standing in the kitchen, her hands occupied with tasks I couldn't quite see. A figure at the top of the stairs, looking down. The shadow of someone moving past the sealed door, back and forth, as though pacing the length of whatever room existed behind that frame. These visions, if that's what they were, didn't disturb me anymore. They felt like memories, but not mine. Or perhaps they were becoming mine. The boundaries were getting harder to distinguish. One afternoon in June, I found something new in the journal. Not words this time, a sketch. It was small and precise, done in ink that I recognized. It showed the front door of the house, but not as it appeared now. It showed how it must have looked a century ago, perhaps more. The detail was extraordinary. I could see the ornate doorknob, the pattern of the hinges, even the way the wood grain had aligned. Someone had drawn this from memory with enough precision that it felt like looking at a photograph. Below the sketch, in handwriting that was becoming harder to distinguish from my own the more I stared at it, was a single sentence. "Do you recognize it yet?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The house already knew everything I knew. We shared the same memories now, in the way that two people who've lived together long enough begin to share the same past. The most difficult part was accepting what it meant about who I was and who I was becoming. I had taken the sealed door personally at first, seen it as a barrier, an obstacle, a problem to be solved. I'd felt the presence behind it as something to resist, something other. But I understood now that the door wasn't keeping anyone separate. It was part of the house's architecture, the way the house maintained its equilibrium. Some people filled rooms. Some people became part of the walls. Some people, perhaps people like me, became the house's way of understanding itself, of reflecting on what it had collected over the years. The journal rested in my lap. I opened it to a page near the middle, one I'd read 100 times since I arrived. The handwriting was different now that I looked at it. Not different in style, but different in how I perceived it. It was becoming familiar in the way your own handwriting is familiar, so much a part of your own identity that you stop seeing it as distinct from yourself. The house is patient. The house has been very patient with me. I could write that now. I knew that handwriting. I recognized the pressure of the pen, the particular way certain letters were formed. I'd been reading my own writing, had I? Or had someone been writing in a hand that was becoming mine? The question was becoming less important with each passing day. In July, another visitor arrived. This one stayed longer than the others. I heard them moving through the house with less certainty, spending hours in single rooms, running their hands over surfaces. They found their way to the living room eventually, slowly, as though drawn rather than additional middle section. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, and I began to understand why previous tenants never lasted. It wasn't the age of the house that got to you, it was the weight of it. The air had texture here, a thickness that made breathing feel like drawing water through silk. Each time I walked from my bedroom to the kitchen, I became acutely aware of every surface, the wallpaper, faded to the color of old bruises, peeling at the seams where it had begun to surrender to time. My fingertips would brush against it without meaning to, and the sensation was always the same, damp, though the house hadn't been damp in weeks. The light in that hallway never quite behaved correctly. I'd installed new bulbs 3 times. Daylight from the front windows seemed to stop at the threshold, as if something was filtering it, diluting it to a spectral gray that made noon feel like dusk. The shadows pooled in the corners with a persistence that didn't match the angle of the sun. When I stood at one end and looked toward the other, the hallway appeared to curve slightly, though I knew the walls were straight. It was a trick of the eye. Probably, what disturbed me most was the silence. Not the absence of sound, but the quality of it. A silence that pressed against your ears, that made the act of breathing seem loud enough to crack something. In that quiet, I became hyper-aware of the house's creaks and settles, the groaning of old wood that shifted with temperature changes I couldn't feel. But these sounds came at irregular intervals, sometimes stretched across 20 minutes of perfect quiet, sometimes clustered in rapid succession like something was moving through the walls behind the plaster. I started to notice the temperature variations, too. The hallway had a cold spot directly in front of what used to be a linen closet. Not a draft, but a localized drop that never changed. I'd stand at its edge, feeling the demarcation line like it was a threshold between 2 different states of existence. On one side of that invisible boundary, normal; on the other side, something that made my skin prickle with a sensation I could only describe as being watched from inside the walls. The floorboards in that hallway had a particular texture, old oak, worn smooth by decades of footsteps, but with settled grooves and valleys that felt almost purposeful under my feet. I began to notice that certain boards creaked in a specific pattern, as if wear had been concentrated in particular places, as if someone had walked the same route over and over for years. The paths were narrow, deliberate, the wood there worn to a patina that caught the gray light differently than the surrounding boards. I would stand in that hallway at night, unable to sleep, listening to the house settle around me. The silence had rhythms to it, long, drowsy periods of absolute stillness broken by sudden, sharp sounds, a crack of wood, the whisper of plaster shifting, or sometimes something I couldn't quite categorize. Not footsteps, not quite, but a kind of movement, a disturbance of the already disturbed air that suggested passage. The sounds never came from any place I could identify. They seemed to exist in the walls themselves, in the spaces between the real and visible. The air would change too, not dramatically, but gradually. I'd notice a shift in temperature, a quality to the silence that deepened further, as if something was listening back at me with equal intensity. My heart would accelerate without conscious thought. My hands would start to sweat. And then, just as gradually, it would recede. The hallway would feel almost normal again, almost. But normal was a relative term in that house. Normal meant only slightly wrong. Lowering, they stopped in the doorway and looked at the chair where I sat, at the journal resting on my lap. "You're still here," they said. It wasn't a question. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. They understood what I understood. The house had called them here the same way it had called me. They would stay or they wouldn't, but the choice had been made the moment they pulled into the driveway. They looked at me for a long moment, taking in details, my appearance, my stillness, the way I was no longer entirely present in the way I used to understand presence. Then they looked at the sealed door, at the journal, at the photograph on the mantelpiece. "What is it?" they asked. "What does the house want?" I couldn't answer, because I didn't have the words. Or perhaps I had too many. Perhaps there was no answer that wouldn't be a kind of confession. They left. They always leave, at first, but I knew they'd come back. And that's how the house feeds, not through violence or drama or the sudden terrible transformations we imagine in the dark. The house feeds through time, through quiet accumulation, through the slow realization that leaving isn't what you want anymore. It feeds on the moments when you stop resisting and start settling. It feeds on the understanding that acceptance is just another word for home. I'm still in the armchair. The seasons continue their cycle. The journal writes itself, or I write in it, or we write it together. The distinction doesn't matter anymore. The sealed door hasn't opened. The face in the mirror doesn't always look quite like my own, but that's all right. I've learned to see beauty in the unfamiliar, in the way a reflection can become something distinct from what casts it. Outside, the summer heat is settling over the grounds. The plants in the garden grow in their strange colors. I can see the road from the window sometimes, and the people who drive past. I wonder if they feel it, the pull of the house, the gentle pressure of its awareness. Some of them slow down. Some of them turn around in the driveway and come back another time. The house is patient. I am patient too now. And in the dark hours before dawn, when the house settles into its deepest silence, I can feel her footsteps in the hallway beyond the sealed door. I can feel her pace the length of whatever room holds her. Sometimes I imagine she's smiling. Sometimes I imagine I am too, though I haven't looked at my own face clearly in so long that I'm no longer entirely sure what expression it's wearing. The house will keep me. The house will keep us both. And eventually, when enough time has passed, it will keep someone new. They'll arrive with their fear and their hope and their terrible belief that they can understand what's happening to them if they only pay close enough attention. They won't understand, but they'll stay, because that's what the house does. It makes a place for everyone, even when they're no longer quite sure they want one. Story 5. The room where all the clacks show different times in sequence. The hallway was warm in a way that didn't match the October air outside. I'd noticed it first thing that morning, before I'd even finished my coffee, that particular thickness in the upstairs passages, the kind you feel in the backs of your knees and your neck. The Victorian's third floor had always been cooler than the rest of the house, drafty and cape-like in its way. But that morning, something had shifted. I'd climbed the narrower stairs with a clipboard and my phone's camera ready, planning to finally document the rooms I still hadn't fully inventoried 6 months after inheriting the place. And immediately felt it, heat pressing down like an old blanket someone forgot to fold away. My hand was on the banister when I stopped. The corner room, the one I'd only glanced into twice since moving in, had always felt like a gap in the house's logic. Most of the Victorian's upper spaces made sense architecturally. Bedrooms scaled predictably. Closets tucked where closets belonged. But this corner room had an oddness to it, a sense that the walls didn't quite account for all the space they should. The floorboards outside its threshold creaked differently, too, higher pitched, like they were under a different kind of pressure. I pushed the door open. The room was long and narrow, lined on 3 walls with shelves and brackets where picture frames must have once hung. Or clocks. The brackets had that specific wear pattern, the kind left behind by decades of mounting weight and vibration. The afternoon light came through the single window in dusty angles, and in those angles I could make out what the previous owner had left behind, a universe of clocks. 7 of them. They were all stopped. I remember being struck by how final that felt, not just inactive, but conclusively still. A wall clock above the eastern shelves, its face cream-colored and cracked. A smaller brass piece on a wooden stand, its hands frozen at 4:17. A digital display, newer, 80s maybe, showing nothing but blank where the numbers should be. A grandfather clock's face visible through the corner, 6:45 locked into place. 2 more on shelves wound into permanent silence. And 1 more, smaller, on what looked like an old music box, its hands caught at angles that seemed almost violent in their stillness. The room smelled like dust and the particular staleness of air that hasn't moved in years, but underneath that, something else. Not unpleasant, just specific, like leather that had absorbed decades of someone's attention, like the insides of drawers where important things get kept. I set down my clipboard on the sill. The silence in that room had texture. I could feel it against my eardrums, the complete absence of ticking. In a house like this, a house built in an era when grandfather clocks were common, when the architecture itself was often designed around the rhythms of timekeeping, the silence felt like language, like something was being said in the negative space. I'd inherited more than a house when my grandmother's estate had finally settled. I'd inherited a specific kind of accumulated weight. She'd lived here for 62 years, and there were rooms that still held the air she'd breathed, still contained the pressure of her routines. But I'd never felt it as clearly as I felt it in that corner room, looking at those frozen clocks like they were tombstones marking time itself. I photographed them one by one. My phone's camera flashed, made the dust particles dance. Tiny. Chaotic spirals that looked almost deliberate in their panic. The cream-colored wall clock first, its numbers worn to pale shadows. The brass piece, which I could see up close now, had some kind of engraving on its base, though the light was wrong for reading it. The smaller pieces, the digital blank face, the grandfather clock's immobile hands. I was thorough. It felt important to be thorough, though I couldn't have explained why. Only when I was turning to leave did I notice the 7th clock. It was small, made of dark wood, sitting on the highest shelf in the corner, the kind of spot you'd have to stand on your toes to reach comfortably. I wouldn't have seen it at all if the angle of my exit hadn't caught it just right as I turned. A small wooden case, maybe 6 inches wide, the kind of clock you'd keep in a bedroom or a child's room, the kind you'd see at an estate sale and think, that's charming, and then move on to something else. This one was running. The sound was so subtle I almost missed it. Just the softest tick, barely audible over the ambient silence of the house, the settling of the walls. The distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the wind moving through the eaves. But it was there, definite, rhythmic, a small, persistent argument against the frozen state of everything else in the room. I looked at it for a long time. The angle was wrong for me to see the hands clearly from where I was standing. I would have had to move the wooden chair from under the window, climb up, lean into that corner. The room was already warm, already dense, with a silence that felt territorial. Something about crossing that threshold, moving from the doorway deeper into the space, felt like entering an agreement I hadn't negotiated yet. I photographed it from where I stood, though I knew the image would be dark and unclear. Then I backed out of the room, closed the door, and didn't go back in that day. Later that night, sitting in the kitchen with tea that had gone cold while I worked through other inheritance paperwork, I kept thinking about the sound. The tick-tick-tick that was too small and patient to be threatening, but too deliberate to be ignored. Most of the house made sense now. I'd cataloged most of what it contained. I understood which pipes sang in winter, which floorboards were weak, which light switches were wired backward by whoever had modernized the place in the 70s. The corner room with its frozen clocks and its single ticking exception felt like the house's only remaining secret. I told myself I'd go back in the morning to get a proper photograph. I told myself I'd probably wind it back to silence where it belonged. I told myself a lot of things. When I climbed to the 3rd floor the next morning, it was cloudy, and the hallway felt even warmer than it had the day before. The corner room's door was exactly where I'd left it, closed against the hallway's artificial warmth. I'd brought a better camera this time, one with a faster lens, one that could actually capture detail in poor light. My phone had died at some point during the night. I'd plugged it in before bed, but the battery had simply drained. Not unusual for an old house with questionable wiring. I told myself that, as I climbed the final stretch of stairs. The hallway smelled different. Not bad, exactly, just different from the day before. There was something mineral in it, like the air after a rain, or the smell of old stone that's been sealed away from weather for decades. I stood in the hallway for a moment, trying to place it. The house had been closed up for months before I arrived. Maybe it was just the smell of time itself, the accumulated exhalation of a space that hadn't been inhabited. I opened the door. The tick was louder now, or perhaps I was simply listening more carefully. It came from the corner clock, the one with the brass face and the delicate Roman numerals, the one whose hands had seemed frozen at 3:47 yesterday. Now one of the hands had moved, just slightly, not enough to suggest a full day's passage, but enough that I couldn't deny the difference. The long hand was pointing at the 4 now instead of resting between the 3 and the 4. A movement of maybe 4 minutes worth of space. I took the photograph immediately, documenting the position. The light was better today, and the image came through clear. I could see the clock face distinctly, could see the second hand which had definitely moved, and behind the glass, something else. A reflection, maybe, or something pressed against the inside of the clock face. I zoomed in on the image, but it was too small to make out clearly. The chair was still under the window. I looked at it, at the distance to the corner, at the clock itself. The ticking continued its patient rhythm. Tick, tick, tick. I left the room again without moving the chair. That afternoon, I made calls about the clocks. There was an antique restoration service 3 towns over. A woman named Casey, who came highly recommended by the estate sale company. She had a warm voice on the phone, the kind that made me feel slightly foolish for worrying over an old clock that was simply winding down, keeping terrible time, running on fumes and old oil. Most of them have probably been stopped for years, Casey said. She sounded amused in a kind way. You inherit a house full of them, you're going to inherit a lot of silence. The fact that one's running is actually pretty interesting. How does it sound? Healthy, I said. And it did. The tick, tick, tick had the sound of something that knew what it was doing. It didn't sound weak or struggling. It sounded purposeful. I could come by tomorrow if you want. Take a look at what you've got. Some of these things are quite valuable, depending on the maker. I said yes. I don't know why. The logical part of me wanted to simply wind the clock back into silence. Leave it with the others. Let the house return to its frozen state. But that ticking had a presence to it now. It had become part of the architecture of my days. That night I heard it, not from upstairs, from the walls themselves, a different kind of ticking, not the measured, peaceful rhythm of the clock, but something faster, more scattered, like fingers drumming on wood from inside the plaster. I lay in the master bedroom, the room I'd chosen for myself, the largest and brightest, and listened to it move across the wall opposite the bed. It lasted for perhaps 10 seconds. Then it stopped. I got up and pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, just the ambient cold of plaster and old mortar. No dripping pipes. No settling of the frame. I checked my phone for the time. 2:43 in the morning. I stood there in the dark for several minutes, waiting to see if the tapping would resume. It didn't. I went back to bed and didn't sleep much after that. When Casey arrived the next morning, I almost didn't bring her upstairs to the corner room. I wanted to take back the invitation to say I'd handled it, that the clock had stopped ticking and there was nothing to see. But I'd committed to the story, and there was no graceful way to reverse it. So I led her up the narrow stairs to the 3rd floor, through the hallway that still held that faint mineral smell, and opened the door to the corner room. The clock was ticking. Casey smiled when she heard it. "Oh, that's a good sound," she said. She was a small woman, compact and efficient in her movements. She went directly to the corner without waiting for me to guide her. "Elgin," she said, reading the maker's mark. "Not the most valuable, but solid work. Good calibration by the look of it. The fact that it's still running tells you something about the craftsmanship. A lot of these stopped because their owners didn't wind them, not because they were poorly made. It was stopped," I said. "Yesterday it wasn't running." Casey paused. She was leaning close to the clock face now, her eye at an angle. "No," she said quietly. "This one's been running for a while. Look here." She pointed at the face. "You can see where dust has settled on the hands. It's been moving through that dust, leaving tracks. This has been ticking for at least several days, maybe longer." I felt something shift in the air of the room. "That's not possible," I said. "I was here yesterday. It wasn't moving." "Clocks can be tricky," Casey said. She sounded less certain now, less amused. "Sometimes the mechanism will catch, and you think it's stopped. The spring tension builds up behind it, and then it releases all at once. The hands might race forward a little ways before catching again. You might not hear it for a few moments, and then hear it again. Makes people think the clock's been started and stopped multiple times." It was a reasonable explanation. It was also, I thought, not what had happened. "Can you wind it?" I asked. "Reset it?" Casey looked at me oddly. "Reset it to what?" "To the correct time." "The correct time would require you to know when it stopped," she said. "Since neither of us knows that, winding it would just mean winding it and hoping it happens to be close. Usually I'd ask the owner to let me set it to their pocket watch or their phone and let it run from there. But this one's doing its job as it is. It's keeping time just fine. It's just not keeping the same time as anything else in the house." She was right, of course. All the other clocks were stopped at different times, wild, random times that made no sense together. This one clock, running on its own schedule, was the only one that actually made sense to itself. "I'll leave it," I said. Casey seemed relieved. She checked the other clocks while I stood near the window, looking out at the overgrown garden below. A few were valuable, most weren't. She gave me numbers and recommendations and promised to take the good ones off my hands if I decided to sell. By the time she left, mid-afternoon, the corner room felt almost normal again. Almost that night, I heard the tapping in the walls again. This time it was in the hallway outside the master bedroom. This time it went on for longer. A good 30 seconds of that skittering, too-fast rhythm that had nothing to do with settling foundations or shifting pipes. I got up and opened the door, standing in the hallway in my sleep clothes, listening to nothing but silence and the distant tick-tick-tick of the corner room clock, audible even through the closed doors between us. The temperature in the hallway was at least 5 degrees warmer than the bedroom I'd just left. I went back to bed and didn't open the door again. The next morning, I found one of the stopped clocks had moved. Not the running one. I'd almost expected that by now, had almost prepared myself to accept that clocks were simply more complicated than I understood. This was a small clock with a black face and gold numerals, the kind that might have sat on a mantelpiece. It had been in the dining room, on a shelf with 3 others. I'd photographed them as part of my documentation. In the photograph from 2 days ago, the clock's hands pointed at 8:23. This morning, they pointed at 8:31. 8 minutes. That was all. But 8 minutes was enough to prove that I wasn't misremembering, wasn't confusing which clock was which, wasn't simply exhausted in imagining things. The clock had moved. I checked the others around it completely still, hands unmoved, as frozen as they'd been when I'd first seen them. I took another photograph and uploaded both images to my computer, zooming in to make absolutely certain. There was no doubt. The long hand had definitely shifted. I went upstairs to the corner room. I needed to know what time the running clock showed now. It was 9:47 in the morning. The running clock showed 11:13. It was running fast, or it had been wound ahead at some point. I took a photograph of it and then backed out of the room, closing the door against that patient, purposeful ticking. By evening, 2 more clocks had moved. I didn't discover this through my own observation. I was going through the house, cataloging and photographing, trying to create a complete inventory before I decided what to do with everything. In the study, I found a long case clock against the far wall, tall, imposing, the kind of piece that was meant to anchor a room. The hands were at 4:17. I checked my previous photograph. They'd been at 4:12 5 days ago. 5 days, 5 minutes. That was a rate of progression I could almost track. The other clock, a small brass thing with a delicate mechanism, had moved from 2:44 to 2:49. Again, that 5-minute differential. I stood in the study as the light faded outside, looking at these incremental progressions, trying to construct a narrative that made sense. Maybe the house had settled in a way that freed up frozen mechanisms. Maybe the humidity or temperature change over the past few days had done something to the mainsprings. Maybe my initial observations had been less careful than I'd thought, and I'd simply misread the positions. But the tapping in the walls had been real. The sound had moved. And the warmth in the 3rd-floor hallway had been real. I went to bed early that night and woke at 2:47, certain that I'd heard something. But the house was silent except for the ever-present tick-tick-tick of the corner room clock. audible even this far away, even through all the layers of walls and floors between us. The temperature in my bedroom was exactly 4 degrees warmer than it had been when I'd gone to sleep. I made a decision the next morning. I would open the corner room door again and leave it open. It seemed like the opposite of what caution dictated, but I'd spent 3 days now closing doors against that sound, closing my eyes against what I didn't want to examine too closely. The ticking had become the baseline of the house, so constant that silence would have been worse somehow. I needed to watch this. If I was going to understand what was happening, I had to stop hiding from it. The door swung open easily. The clock showed 11:41. I pulled a chair from the hallway inside and positioned it facing the mantel where the running clock kept its vigil. Then I sat and watched. The temperature in the room dropped almost immediately. Not dramatically, just enough to make me pull my cardigan tighter, but enough to notice. The clock ticked on. 11:42, 11:43. Its progress seemed somehow accelerated when you were actually watching it, as if your observation had some effect on its speed. I don't know how long I sat there. An hour, perhaps, maybe 2. The clock advanced steadily through the afternoon, while the light outside the window moved in that slow, inevitable progression it always did. Nothing else happened. There was no sound but the ticking, no movement but the sweep of the hands, no presence but the one I'd already felt, that sense of something occupying space that should have been empty. But by late afternoon, other clocks throughout the house had begun to tick. I noticed it first in the study. That long case clock, the one that had moved 5 minutes forward, it was running now, actually running. I could hear its tick separate from the corner room clock, deeper and more resonant. Then from somewhere on the second floor came another sound, a lighter, faster tick, almost delicate. The grandfather clock in the hallway began. The small brass clock on the dresser in what had once been someone's bedroom. By evening, it was like living inside a mechanism. The entire house had become a clock. They weren't synchronized. That was the worst part. Each clock ticked at its own pace. Each hand moved at a slightly different speed, creating a dense, layered percussion that never quite resolved into a rhythm. The effect was disorienting, like standing in an impossible landscape, one where time was fracturing into 1,000 slightly different versions of itself. I found myself tensing with each tick, unable to relax into it because there was no pattern to fall into. The sound was underneath everything, in the walls, in the floor, and the spaces between thoughts. I checked the corner room clock, 3:22 p.m. according to the running clock, but this one showed 8:45. Somewhere in the house, another clock read 11:56 a.m. Another showed 6:13 p.m. Each one was keeping time, but to a different hour entirely. I tried to sleep that night and couldn't. The ticking was everywhere. Impossible to ignore, impossible to get used to. I lay in bed listening to the layered percussion, trying to count the patterns, trying to find a center to it all. My mind kept slipping into spaces where the sounds almost made sense, where I could almost see the structure underneath them before snapping back. By midnight, or what I thought was midnight, I got up and began to photograph the clocks again. This was methodical. This was something I could control. I went through the house with my camera, capturing each clock face, each set of frozen or moving hands, noting the time it showed and comparing it against the others. The running clock in the corner room showed 2:15. The long case clock in the study showed 9:08. The one in the library showed 5:42. The small, delicate brass one showed 12:30. Another, in what had been a child's bedroom, showed 4:19. When I went back to the corner room to double-check the running clock, it showed 2:31. It had advanced 16 minutes since I'd last checked it. That was when I understood something that made the base of my skull go cold. The corner room clock was the fastest. The others, the ones I'd thought were frozen, they weren't frozen at all. They were advancing. Slowly, incrementally, accumulating minutes at a rate I'd almost missed because of how gradual it was, but advancing nonetheless. The long case clock had moved 12 minutes in what I calculated must have been 8 or 9 hours. The smaller ones had varied rates, but they were all moving forward, and they were all moving at different speeds. I stood in the corner room staring at the clock, trying to piece together the pattern. The running clock was showing a time that bore no relationship to actual time. It was moving fast, but not fast enough to reach tomorrow before tomorrow actually arrived. It would show some impossible hour, a time that couldn't exist, and then what? Would it reset? Would it keep going? The ticking grew louder. I realized I was holding my breath and forced myself to exhale. The air in the room was cold now, genuinely cold. The kind of cold that comes from something pulling warmth away from the space. My breath was beginning to fog slightly as I watched the long hand advance. "What are you?" I said aloud. The ticking didn't change. The clock didn't pause or jump. It kept its patient, mechanical pace, indifferent to my question. But in the silence that followed my words, I heard something else. A sound like something shifting inside the walls. Something between the plaster and the brick. Something in those hidden spaces where the house held its own darkness. The sound was present for only a moment before it faded, but it left a terrible certainty behind it. This was intentional. Whatever had stopped the clocks in the first place wasn't trying to hide anymore. The progression was deliberate, measured, each clock advancing at its own speed, creating a temporal landscape that had nothing to do with reality. Someone, something, had wound these clocks into a specific configuration, and now they were unwinding into another. I left the room and closed the door, but the ticking followed me. It was in my ears now, part of my own internal mechanism. I could hear it even in silence, could feel it in the rhythm of my heartbeat. The next morning I made the call to a conservator in the city. I told her about the clocks, about their age and condition, about the fact that some had stopped and others seemed to be running at variable speeds. I asked if she did estate work, if she could come assess them. She said yes. She could come on Friday. That gave me 4 days. 4 days of living inside the ticking, inside the cold spots that move through the house, inside the sense of that presence, calm, patient, inevitable, watching time scatter into fragments. 4 days to understand what was happening, or at least to gather enough evidence that someone else would have to believe me. I went back to photographing. I created a spreadsheet tracking the time each clock showed, its previous time, and the rate of advance. I documented the temperature fluctuations in each room. I recorded the sounds, my phone capturing that strange, dissonant ticking, that occasional shift in the walls, the low hum that seemed to pulse through the entire structure. By Wednesday evening, 8 more clocks throughout the house had begun to run. The house ticked around me, clocks everywhere, keeping contradictory hours, building toward something I couldn't quite perceive but could feel approaching like pressure in the air. The running clock in the corner room showed 6:47 and seemed to be moving faster still. The others followed at their individual paces. I didn't sleep. I couldn't anymore. The ticking wouldn't allow it. But in the long hours of darkness, as I sat in the hallway listening to the dissonant percussion of impossible time, I began to understand something about the house itself. It wasn't keeping track of the present. It was counting down to something that had already happened. Some moment fixed in the past that the clocks had been set to commemorate, or conceal, or somehow hold open. Each clock showed a different point in time because there wasn't one moment anymore. There were many moments, all of them competing, all of them present simultaneously in the rooms and walls and hidden spaces of this house. Time wasn't broken here. It was distributed, fragmented across dozens of clocks, each one a piece of something that had been shattered and then carefully, obsessively arranged. Friday came gray and cold. The conservator arrived at 10 a.m., a woman named Morgan with careful hands and a methodical gaze. I showed her the clocks. I watched her face as she examined the corner room clock. As she listened to the dissonant ticking from throughout the house, as she saw the spread of running mechanisms I documented. "This is unusual," she said carefully. "What do you mean?" "The rates of advancement. They're not variations in mechanism quality. This is deliberate. Someone set these clocks to run at specific speeds. Different speeds. I know." She turned to look at me, and I saw the moment she understood that I wasn't just confused about old clocks, that I'd already grasped the central strangeness and couldn't explain it. "How long have you been here?" she asked. "About a week." "And this started when?" "The first day. But it's getting worse. More clocks are waking up. The ones that are running are going faster." Morgan set down her tools and moved to the window, looking out at the gray afternoon. "You should leave," she said quietly. "What?" "You should leave this house. Pack what you need and leave." "But what are they? What's happening?" She didn't answer for a long moment. "I had a client once," she finally said, who inherited a house very similar to this. Clocks everywhere, all of them showing different times. She hired me to restore them. By the time I finished, she was gone. Gone? Disappeared, the clocks kept running after she left. The family had to have the entire mechanism removed from the house and destroyed. But even after that, according to the next owner, you could still hear them. The ticking in the walls where the clocks used to be. I felt the cold in the room intensify. "Come with me," Morgan said. "Leave right now. I'll help you pack." But even as she said it, I knew I couldn't. Something in the house wouldn't let me. The ticking had become too much a part of me now, wound too deep into my thoughts and reflexes. Leaving now would be like trying to leave part of my own body behind. "Just go," I told her. "Please, just go." She did, though I could see it cost her. The look she gave me as she left, it was the look someone gives you when they know they're watching you disappear. That night, the corner room clock advanced from 8:13 to 8:47 in the span of an hour. The long case clock began moving fast. Every clock in the house seemed to quicken its pace, as if approaching something, racing toward a moment where all these fractured times would finally converge. I sat in the corner room with the door open, listening to the approaching ticking, watching the hand sweep across the clock face. The temperature had dropped so far that I could see my breath clearly now, each exhalation a small cloud in the darkening afternoon. "I'm listening," I said to the cold. "I can hear you. I understand." The ticking grew louder. The hands moved faster. And somewhere in the walls, in the spaces between moments, something that had been waiting for someone to finally acknowledge its existence began to settle into the silence it had occupied for so very long. The house went quiet, not silent. I learned the difference those first few days after. Silent is an absence. Quiet is a presence that chooses not to speak. The house became quiet in a way that felt intentional, deliberate, as though something had finally satisfied itself and settled into stillness. I didn't leave. I should have. Morgan's warning had been clear, and I understood now that she hadn't been speaking theoretically. She'd seen the evidence of what these places do, what they take from people. But that morning after the escalation, when I woke on the couch in the study where I'd collapsed from exhaustion, I found that the compulsion to leave had simply released me. Like a hand that had been gripping my chest had finally unclenched. The clocks had all stopped. Every one of them. I went through the house systematically, checking each room, each wall, each shelf and mantel. The corner room clock had frozen at 9:23. The long case clock in the hallway stood at 3:47. The small brass one in the kitchen showed 1:15. The dozens of others throughout the house, all of them silent, all of them displaying different times, all of them utterly motionless. I called Morgan that afternoon. "They've stopped," I told her. "All of them." Is that good?" "I don't know," she said. Her voice sounded strained, and I realized she'd been worried about me. "Did you try to leave?" "No." "Then I don't know," she repeated. "My client, the house never stopped. The clocks kept running even after she disappeared, even after they were removed from the walls. Maybe this is different. Maybe, she said, but she didn't sound convinced. Are you still yourself? It was such a specific question that it took me a moment to understand what she was really asking. Yes, I said finally. I think so. I don't feel like I've lost time or memory. I don't feel absent. But something is different. It wasn't a question. Yes, I admit it. Something is different. I spent the next 2 weeks in a strange state of normalcy. I cleaned the house, went through papers left behind by previous owners, tried to establish something like a routine. I cooked actual meals instead of existing on coffee and whatever was easiest. I opened the windows during the day. I sat in rooms that weren't the corner room. I existed in the mundane world as much as the house would allow. The clocks never started again. But I became aware, gradually, of a strange property they had acquired. They weren't ticking anymore, but they were present, more present than they had any right to be. I would walk past the corner room and be aware of the clock in there without looking at it. I would be in the kitchen and know, with absolute certainty, the time the brass clock was displaying. The knowledge wasn't exact. I couldn't have told you with precision, but it was there. A small, persistent awareness, like a name on the tip of your tongue that you can never quite retrieve. I started keeping a notebook of the times the stopped clocks displayed. I couldn't explain why. Some compulsion that hadn't faded with the ticking. Each morning I would walk through the house and write down each frozen moment in the order I encountered it. Corner room 9:23. Hallway 3:47, kitchen 1:15, study 2:34, bedroom 7:09. 3 weeks in, I noticed something. When I added the displayed times together, 9:23, 3:47, 1:15, 2:34, 7:09, they created a pattern. Not in the total, but in the individual digits, the way they moved across the clock faces. There was a sequence there, a logic, though I couldn't quite grasp what it meant. I filled pages trying to understand it. I drew diagrams. I created timelines. I sat in the corner room with my notebook and stared at the frozen hands of the clock until my eyes watered. Morgan came back 2 months after she'd left. I couldn't stay away, she said when I answered the door. I've been thinking about you, about what happened. I needed to know you were still here, that you were still you. I'm here, I said. She walked through the house slowly, pausing at each clock. I watched her register that they weren't moving. I could see her processing what that meant, searching through whatever knowledge she'd accumulated from her client's house for a framework to understand this. Have you thought about having them removed? She asked finally. No, why not? I didn't have a good answer. The clocks were part of the house now. Removing them felt like it would be removing something from myself, some peripheral but vital organ that I couldn't afford to lose. They're not hurting anything, I said instead. They're quiet. Are they? Morgan looked at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. Or are they just quiet in a way you can't hear anymore? I thought about that long after she left, about whether the silence of the clocks was actually silence, or if I'd simply become fluent in whatever language they spoke. Whether I'd been changed enough by those first days of escalating ticking that my perception had fundamentally shifted. Whether I would spend the rest of my life in this house, learning to read patterns in frozen time, understanding messages that no one else could hear. The question didn't frighten me as much as I thought it should. By month 4, I'd stopped writing down the times. The notebook had filled anyway, with the same sequences repeated over and over until the pages were crowded with my own handwriting, margins filled with small notations and observations that made sense only to me. I put it on the shelf in the corner room next to the clock. I started accepting that this was my life now. The house had a rhythm that I'd learned to move within. The stopped clocks maintained a presence that I'd learned to live alongside. I took walks around the property. There were gardens, mostly overgrown now, that I slowly began to reclaim #additional middle section. The room where all the clocks showed different times in sequence, the smell of that room never left my clothes. Even after I'd washed them twice, hung them outside in the sun for an entire afternoon, there remained something beneath the detergent and fabric softener. Something like old paper stored in a place where air doesn't move, where moisture accumulates in the corners and settles into everything it touches. Musty, not quite mold, but the memory of mold. The memory of dampness itself. I found myself standing in the doorway more often than I'd intended to. Not entering, just standing there, letting my eyes adjust. Trying to understand what I was seeing without the panic that had seized me that first time. The light in that room moved differently than in the rest of the house. The windows, there were 2 of them, on opposite walls, admitted a gray, diffused quality of illumination that seemed to originate from nowhere specific. When I checked the time outside those windows, I could see the actual afternoon, the actual quality of daylight, sharp and direct and real. But inside that room, everything existed in a kind of eternal dusk. The kind of half-light you experience in hospital corridors or the reading rooms of old libraries. The kind that makes you uncertain whether you're seeing true colors or merely approximations of them. The walls were papered in a pattern I couldn't quite focus on. My eyes would move across it, and I'd perceive only a vague texture, something floral perhaps, or geometric. When I tried to concentrate, to actually look at the design, it seemed to shift slightly, as if the paper itself were breathing, not dramatically, just the smallest expansion and contraction, the way old wallpaper sometimes develops a slight undulation over decades. It was probably just my perception, my eyes playing tricks in that strange light. That's what I told myself. That's what I still tell myself, though I'm less certain now than I was then. The floorboards were darker than those in the hallway, stained with something I couldn't identify. Water damage, perhaps, from some incident long past. The stains formed no particular pattern. They were scattered across the floor like islands, dark patches against the lighter wood. When I stepped on them, they felt slightly softer than the rest of the floor, slightly more yielding. as if the wood had absorbed something that had never fully dried. The sound my footsteps made changed as I moved across them, not muffled exactly, but damped somehow, as though the damaged wood absorbed the sound more thoroughly than it should have. The air temperature shifted in that room, not dramatically, but noticeably. When I stepped across the threshold, I felt it immediately, a drop of perhaps 5 degrees. The kind of change that makes the small hairs on your forearms stand up, that makes you acutely aware of your own skin. I kept meaning to investigate this, to check if there was an open window, a draft, some logical source. But I never did. Some part of me already knew that logic had limited purchase in that space. The clocks themselves became more disturbing the longer I observed them. Each one was distinct in its own way, different sizes, different styles, different materials. One was ornate brass with Roman numerals, the kind you'd expect to find in a Victorian parlor. Another was a simple wooden box clock, the type that might have been made by hand decades ago. A third was modern, digital, though the digits displayed in that particular shade of faded red that suggests age, or perhaps just poor manufacture. There were others I didn't fully examine. I found my attention fragmenting whenever I tried to catalog them all, as if my mind was actively resisting the effort. What struck me most, in those quiet moments of observation, was the sound they made. Not the ticking. I'd expected that, though it was unsettling enough, the way multiple mechanisms running at slightly different speeds created a kind of polyrhythmic percussion. What got to me was the way the seconds seemed to stretch and compress. Sometimes I'd stand very still and listen, trying to count the seconds on one clock, and I'd realize that time felt elastic in that room. A second would seem to take longer than it should. The pause between ticks would extend, creating a silence that felt too deep, too full. Then another second would snap past almost too quickly, and I'd lose count entirely. I began to notice that my hands felt cold in that room. Not just my extremities, but my palms, the insides of my wrists. The rest of my body would be comfortable, but my hands would chill as if I'd plunged them into something cold. I'd thrust them into my pockets, and gradually they'd warm, only to cool again the moment I removed them. I found myself keeping my hands in fists, unconsciously trying to preserve heat. Later, I wondered if this was psychosomatic, if the power of expectation in that space was enough to create genuine physical sensation. But the coldness was real. That much I was certain of. The dust in that room had a particular quality to it. I noticed it most clearly when I stood in a patch of that strange gray light, and the motes became visible, suspended in the air like a kind of aerial sediment. There were more of them than seemed reasonable for a room I'd walked through only a handful of times. They hung in the air, unmoving, as if the space itself existed in a kind of stasis. The dust didn't fall at the normal rate. I watched it for what must have been 5 minutes, focusing on individual particles, and they seemed to descend with deliberate slowness, as though gravity in that room operated at a different pressure. The ceiling was lower than in the rest of the house. I became increasingly aware of this the more time I spent in there, though the height was certainly sufficient for me to stand comfortably. Yet it felt lower. The way the paper on the wall seemed to curve slightly upward toward the edges, meeting that cream-colored expanse above, created a sense of compression. It was like standing inside a box, a carefully constructed container. More than once, I found myself ducking slightly, even though there was more than enough clearance. My hindbrain seemed to register the space as confined, threatening in that subtle way that makes the back of your neck prickle. I became aware, too, of a sound beneath the clocks. A kind of hum, or perhaps a vibration, felt more than heard. It existed at the absolute edge of perception, the kind of sound that you only notice when you're actively listening for the absence of sound. It might have been the house settling, the normal creaks and groans of an old structure, but it had a quality of constancy that unnerved me. It never varied, never grew louder or softer, just a steady, low-frequency presence, as though something beneath the floorboards or within the walls themselves was maintaining a continuous resonance. The smell intensified as I spent more time observing. That aged paper quality grew more pronounced, and beneath it, something else emerged, something almost medicinal. Not unpleasant exactly, but clinical in a way that felt profoundly wrong in a residential space, like the inside of an old cabinet where someone had stored things without adequate ventilation, like the air itself had been trapped for years, slowly developing its own character, its own chemical composition that no longer matched the atmosphere outside that room. I found myself lingering there, standing just inside the threshold, my eyes moving from clock to clock, my awareness of the space deepening with each visit. I'd come in meaning to stay only a moment, and I'd find myself there for 20 minutes, 30, losing track of time in a way that felt increasingly significant given the abundance of timepieces surrounding me. My chest would tighten, my breathing would become shallow, and still I'd stand there, waiting for something. Though I couldn't articulate what that something might be, I found old photographs in the attic of people standing in rooms I now inhabited. I learned the light patterns through each window as seasons changed. I existed in the space that the house had made for me, neither quite haunted nor quite normal. Friends from my previous life eventually stopped calling. I let the reconnections with people outside these walls slowly fade, not out of malice, but out of simple incompatibility. How could I explain what my days were like now? How could I convey the quiet companionship of frozen time, the strange peace of living in a house that had stopped counting forward? Sometimes Morgan would visit. She never asked me to leave any more. She would walk through the room, stand in front of the clocks, and I could see her trying to understand what had happened to me, what the house had done. But she didn't ask, and I didn't explain. There was something about the experience that couldn't be translated into words, only lived within. One evening, nearly a year after I'd first arrived, I was sitting in the corner room when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The clock on the wall, the one frozen at 9:23, had a small crack in its face, just barely visible in the right light. A thin line that ran from the 8 toward the center of the dial. I stared at it for a long time, trying to remember if it had always been there. I was certain it hadn't. I went to touch it, running my finger along the glass, but there was no break. The crack existed in the reflection somehow, not in the clock itself, but in the space between the glass and whatever was behind it. I withdrew my hand and sat back down. That night, I heard something, not ticking, not quite. It was lower than that, more like the sound of something settling deep within walls, the kind of sound old houses make when they shift and resettle, when the wood remembers it's alive. It came from the walls surrounding the corner room, from the spaces behind the plaster and paint, from the places where clocks used to be. I lay in bed and listened to it, a sound that might have been the house itself breathing, a sound that might have been something much older, finally satisfied, finally content to exist in stillness with someone who would keep it company. The crack in the clock's face never appeared in daylight, but I could see it clearly in the dark, a thin split in the frozen moment at 9:23, and through that crack, impossibly, I could hear something else. Not the clocks. Something much quieter than that. Something like voices, perhaps, or memories trying to speak in a language that time no longer carried. I never tried to understand what they were saying. I'd learned by then that some questions don't need answers, that some presences are satisfied simply by being acknowledged, by someone sitting quietly in the dark, listening to what they have to say about the moments they've collected, the time they've held, the space between seconds that they will always, always call home.